Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Cycling Union and British Cycling, welcome to the National Cycling Centre Manchester and Day 3 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Please be advised that flash photography is not permitted within the velodrome. As a courtesy to the athletes, please turn off the flash on your camera or your phone. For your own safety and the safety of the athletes, please do not place items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. The velodrome wishes to provide all spectators with a clean and environmentally friendly venue. Please assist us by placing all rubbish and waste items in the bins provided. Thank you for being part of the UCI World Cup. Have a great day and enjoy the track cycling. The 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup would like to thank its official sponsors. Tissot, official timekeeper of the Track Cycling World Cup and proud sponsor of the UCI events. British Cycling. Manchester City Council. UK Sport. Fiat. And Brother.
Welcome to the National Cycling Centre on this Sunday morning. Yes, it is before 9 o'clock on a Sunday, so as I stretch my weary legs and make my way up onto the podium here in the middle of Track Centre, I'd like you all with me just to stretch out that Sunday morning stiffness. Get it all loose, because we're going to need you to be shouting and screaming and cheering for your favourite track cyclists later. We have a whole day's worth of entertainment for you here on day 3 of this UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Welcome to Track Centre. This is where everything happens if it's not already happening on the track. We have 5 more gold medals to be won. In fact, 5 more people will be standing atop this podium a little bit later on Sunday. You have tickets, you are the lucky ones. For the whole day, you get to watch every single moment of action here. And I hope you have slept well. I hope you are ready for what is going to be a wonderful day. What you don't know is, because we finished quite late last night, I actually slept in the car. I can tell you it is very comfortable. I managed to just put the passenger seat back, and I was sleeping for 6 hours. So thank you very much, Fiat, for providing me with my makeshift hotel. We would like you to get involved if you can at any point during today. All you need to do is hashtag TWC on your tweets. So get your phone out. If you fancy tweeting us, you can do. Throughout the day, we'll have some of them on the big screen. To do so, though, you will need to add hashtag TWCs. That hashtag, meaning Track World Cup, hashtag TWC. We actually got one from Sir Chris Hoy last night saying that he was missing us all. So thank you to him, and maybe you can be alongside him on our big screen. This is the Track Cycling World Cup, the first of 3 meetings we'll have during this track cycling season. Not only will they want to win a gold medal today, they'll also want to take a lead in the World Cup Series, and indeed also they will be building up qualifying points for the World Track Cycling Championships, which happen in Cali and Colombia at the end of February next year. So much on these riders' plates. They have been working so hard over the last couple of days, and there is more work for them to do, no doubt, and those 5 gold medals are up for grabs a little bit later. So settle back, tweet us if you have a moment, but also you may well notice, particularly if you are somebody who has not come from very far afield, that Manchester, of course, once again is the sporting hub of the UK. This is not the only big sporting event going on in Manchester in the northwest of England this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of what's been going on. So 9 o'clock is when we start this morning session on day 3 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. We have 5 gold medals to give away then. We have the women's Omnium, which will reach its conclusion later, the women's points, the women's Kirin as well, the men's scratch and the men's sprint, featuring amongst other people Luis Saliva, who's warming up behind me. This is Track Centre. You'll have rollers like this. You'll have turbo trainers as well, where they fix a bike to the back wheel here, and there's all sorts of ways of warming up. Everybody will be doing their preparations. Keep an eye out for either your favourite rider or just to see how it all works out. Food, drink, tactical advice, it all happens down in Track Centre. Every single team has their own pen. If you'd like to see where the GB team is, it's way over there, nearest the back straight. So plenty to come. Don't forget to keep your tweets coming in. Twitter is where we will be for the rest of the day. Hashtag TWC, that's what you need to add into your tweets for us to see you on the big screen. Hashtag TWC. We get underway at 9 o'clock with those 5 gold medals up for grabs. Welcome to the heart of the main stand here at the Manchester Velodrome. And I'd like to introduce you to 2 people who not only know this place, but know track cycling like the back of their proverbial hands. First of all, Hugh Porter, who is to my right, and Carl Lawrenson to my left. These are the 2 experts who will be taking you through each piece of action on the track, and also the 2 who, if you have any questions you'd like to ask on Twitter, send it to them, hashtag TWC. Hugh, good morning.
Morning, Hugh.
This is going to be good, Hugh.
It certainly is. How much have you enjoyed working here at the World Cup Track Championships?
I have enjoyed it very much, but you very quickly turned that round to be about my expertise, which are nil, so I'll ask you about yours. It's an interesting stage of the season at the very beginning, so we're learning a lot, really, about how far these teams are going to go in the next year or maybe even 3.
Yeah, it's early days, obviously, because the Olympics are only just behind us. So most of these countries are on a learning curve, and they're starting to build. We've seen a lot of youngsters coming through, and of course there are new events that have put countries on the back foot, because the team pursuit now, you've got to find 4 athletes, and a lot of countries have been stretched to do that. But from the times we've seen already, they're really on the case, and particularly the world record twice set by Great Britain. So I think by the time we get to the Olympics, we're going to be probably down to something about 4:15, which is absolutely staggering. So the depth of talent that's coming through is something to be admired, and particularly from the British. And the Australians have got a very young men's Australian team pursuit team, and Great Britain won the gold medal. But it was interesting to see that Australia came down to 3. We're still quite a long way to go to the finish, and they kept the British team pegged at half a second. So from what I've seen, there's a lot of ingredients there that we're going to get very excited about, and a lot of youngsters coming through.
Yeah, a lot of intrigue about the future, Carl, but certainly we're aware, aren't we, who are at the top of their game at this stage?
Absolutely. This is further proof of not only Great Britain, but also all the nations who are developing their track riders off the back of the Olympics last year, and then looking forward to Rio in just a couple of years' time. So it's the Olympic cycle begins again immediately after the last games, and it's great to see, as you just said, so many new riders coming through, but so many established riders continuing to perform at the top level.
It must be really difficult for them to maintain their motivation. This, if you're thinking about 4-year periods, can often be seen as a bit of a fallow year, but certainly from what we've seen over the first couple of days, none of these teams think that.
Absolutely, and I think we'll see more of it today with the men's scratch race. Should be interesting. Some very good, talented riders, particularly on the GB development team in that scratch race. So that'll be a good one to watch as well.
And of course, the men's sprint, we're always very interested in finding out, because we can always say that these are the fastest guys on 2 wheels. So what to expect from the men's sprint today, Hugh?
It's going to be an interesting competition. There's a very good entry. It's amazing how many riders are in. I mean, there's over 40 that are going to line up for the 200-metre qualification, so there's going to be a lot of disappointed riders, but that indicates the strength of the entry. I mean, over 41 I think it is, that are going to shape up for the 200-metre time trial. That's going to be very exciting. We've got the women's keirin to look forward to, and obviously the Welsh lass from Abergavenny, Becky James, is the world champion, and Becky will be very, very keen to get the gold in that, because she was pushed down to bronze in the sprint. We've got the women's points race. Maybe Kate Archibald can do something in that, or young Eleanor Barker from Team Wiggle Honda. Just 1 or 2 names to look forward to. So all in all today, to wrap up these championships, we've got a very, very exciting programme ahead.
Well, Hugh, thank you very much indeed. There are 19 world and Olympic champions on show over these 3 days, and we'll be seeing many more of them over the course of the next few hours. In fact, the first event is, as Hugh was saying, the qualifying for the men's sprint, sometimes separated by just thousandths of a second. So sit back, relax. We're getting away in just a couple of minutes' time.
So we begin competition today, the final day of action here at the UCI Truck Cycling World Cup in Manchester with the men's sprint qualification round. Massive entry for this competition, 41 riders signed up. And this time trial round will produce the top 16 who will progress to the 8th finals. First rider on the track, representing Greece, is Sotiros Bretas. So Bretas starting to wind up the pace here, using the height of the track. Hitting the home straight this time. 200-metre line is the line that bisects the Revolution branding on the track. He's there now. Timing will start for Bretas. This will establish the time for the other riders to aim at. Bretas of Greece into the finishing straight. Clark is running for the Greek rider, and he will cross the line to 10.390. Next rider to go, representing Wales, riding on Team USN, it's Lewis Oliver.
Lewis Oliver, winner of a silver medal in the British National Championships, I should say, 12 months ago. And it's a massive entry here for this qualification time trial. 41 are entered. And we're looking for just the top 16 to qualify through into the 8th finals. So 25 riders here are going to be disappointed, but it just shows the strength of entry here for the sprint. Oliver will be next. Spots the pad. Let's have a look at the halfway split for Oliver. Quick up by 9/100ths. So Oliver looks as though he's going to depose Bretas to the top spot. Yeah, Oliver is the quickest. Good time for Oliver, 10.270.
So next to go, first competitor from China in this men's sprint qualification round. This is Chao Zhu of China, number 142.
Just 18 years of age, Chao Zhu. Many years ago, of course, they had the greatest ever sprinter, who was 10 times the world champion back-to-back. That was Koichi Nakano from the Far East, who came from Japan. But China, the gold medal has eluded them when it comes to men's sprinting. Performed well in the women's discipline with Gao Shuang, but in the men, they're still searching for a medal contender. Good conditions in the arena today. We could see one or two sub-10s when we get towards the end with the seeded riders. Yep, 8,000s faster then for Xu of China. New leader here. That is Xu from China, 10.239.
So from China we move to Venezuela for our next competitor. Already beginning his warm-up laps. This is Angel Pulgar of Venezuela next to go.
Certainly going to crisscross the world in this competition, from China to Venezuela. And as Carl said, this is Pulgar, just circling at the top of the track.
Getting that big gear turning now and looking for the technique to spot the timing strip. Here he goes. This is Pulgar. Hits it spot on. Now then, hold that black line and stay inside the sprinter's channel. He came out of it there, and that could be costly. 10.437, fourth for Pulgar. Definitely lost his line in the back straight.
So next to go is our first competitor from Great Britain. This is Matthew Crampton, who began his track racing career here on the boards of the Manchester Velodrome. Locally based rider, and Matthew Crampton next to go for Great Britain.
27 years of age, Matt Crampton. Silver medal winner back in 2007 in the Keirin in the European Championships. Good Keirin rider. And he also rides quite regularly on the British team sprint squad. Big Matt Crampton next to go. So despite the early hour here, there's still quite a good crowd building, and Crampton getting a warm reception. Now then, the time to beat is 10.239 by Chao Shu of China. Crampton quicker. This could be the fastest. Let's have a look at Crampton. Yes, the new early leader, only a tad outside 10 seconds. 100th in fact, 10.015. Crampton takes the lead.
So next to go for Italy will be Francesco Cecchi. Incidentally, the world record for this discipline held by Kevin Siro of France, set in Moscow back in May 2009, 9.572. Well, Crampton came close to that, beating that 10-second point, but not there yet.
And that world record by Siro set back in May 2009 on the very wide, steep 333 track in Moscow, where lots of records are established. So the 23-year-old Italian next to go, national sprint and kilometre champion of his country. Cecchi, good road sprinter as well. Fights the bike, powerfully built. 0.2 shy of the leader's time. Cecchi just closing out now with a finishing mark of 10.548, sixth place for Cecchi.
So we welcome onto the track next our first rider to represent the Netherlands in this men's sprint qualification round. It's the 7th heat of 41, and this is Jeffrey Hoogland next to go.
Hoogland on the track, and once again here Holland waiting to try and find a replacement in the men's sprint for the great Theo Bos, who was 3 times the world sprint champion. Bos, who is now a professional roadman, rides in all the well, the second class tours, if you like. And he has appeared in 1 or 2 of the Loops that are the runners for the classics. So Hoogland next to go. Point 1 slower than the leader at the midway point. Hoogland goes second, rode a very good second half there, and his time is 10.234.
Next on track, number 264 from Poland is Rafał Sarnecki.
.23 years of age, Sarnecki. Just missed a medal in the Keirin Championships at the recent European meet. That was over at Apeldoorn. Sarnecki, he was 4th there. There goes Sonecki, just winding it up now, getting ready for his attempt to try and topple the leader in the 200 metres. At the moment, it's still Matt Crampton of Great Britain. Let's have a look at the split time here. Well, 0.1 shy of Crampton's halfway mark. Sonecki working hard and posting 10.300 for 5th position.
So our next rider, second rider today from the Netherlands, heat number 9, is Matthias Buckley.
Yep, second rider from the lowlands here on the track, Buckley. Now his fellow countryman Hoogland went 10.234. So that time of Crampton still sticking out there very well indeed, just 100th shy of getting inside the 10-second mark. That would be very close to his lifetime best, I would say, for Crampton. Here goes Buckley. Looks good. No, 0.175 off the pace of Crampton. And he goes 7th, Buckley, on 10.405.
So heat number 10 will be next to go. From Spain, Jose Moreno is the rider who takes the start here.
Jose Moreno, 19 years of age. Was in the minor final at the European Sprint Championships in Apeldoorn just a couple of weeks ago, where he placed 8th. Moreno next to go. Nearly 0.2 shy of the time of Crampton. Moreno goes 7th, 10.395.
So with 10 riders completed the time trial rounds so far, 2 British riders in the top 5. Matt Crampton has the lead, 10.015, and Lewis Oliva lying 4th in 10.270. And remember, the top 16 only will progress to the 8th finals in this men's sprints competition. And the next rider to go, we saw him yesterday in the Keirin. Now he takes a start in the sprint. Representing Trinidad, this is Nijan Philippe.
Yeah, we might see something here from this fella, Nijan Philippe. He was impressive when he won his heat in the Keirin. And I know his early days, he was trained by Jamie Staff in the States. So let's see the kind of form Nijan Philippe is in over the 200 metres. We're definitely going to get a raft of sub-10 times today, believe me, particularly when we get towards the closing stages. Here goes Philippe. Now keep an eye on that split time at the midway point. Yeah, he's quicker. 3/100s faster than Crampton. Philippe of Trinidad could be the new leader here. Yes, he is. Good time. First sub-10, 9.936 for Nijan Philippe of Trinidad.
Well, that certainly has moved the benchmark with our first sub-10 second time of this qualification round. Let's see if we can continue with the next rider on the track. He hails from Poland, and his name is Damian Zielinski.
Damian Zielinski certainly specialises in the competition when they ride against each other. I well remember a few years ago on this very track, actually, he beat the great Florian Rousseau of France, who was a 3-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist. So Okay, getting a bit long in the tooth now at 32, but Zielinski very, very experienced when it comes to the competition. He's next to go. Full explosive effort this early in the morning. 0.9 off the pace of the leader, that's Philippe, and he goes third. Zielinski 10.152.
Next rider to go was on the podium yesterday, taking a bronze medal in the Kirin from Venezuela. This is Hessany Canelon.
Yeah, Canelon rode well in that Kirin final, threading his way through the melee of wheels ahead to get that bronze. Now let's see what he can do here against the clock for the sprint. And as Carl just pointed out, it is tight, top 16 only from this entry of 41. So we're going to lose 25 riders. It's the nature of the beast. You want to qualify for the big competition, you've got to produce the goods. And then, of course, the seeding round that you're looking at now means that the fastest qualifier will then ride against 16 in the first round and 2 against 15 all the way through. And if you beat a seed along the way, then of course you assume the seed's position. We'll keep you up to speed. Okay, Canelon next of Venezuela. Look at the way he's working the bike there, really powering his way down the back straight. But he is 700ths off the pace of the leader. Still going to be a good time. Third for Canelon, 10.106.
So the 14th rider to take the start, riding on a trade team, but he hails from Malaysia, from the YSD track team, and is very familiar with this track here in Manchester in more ways than he perhaps would care to remember. Aziz Ul Hasni Awang is the next rider to go for Malaysia.
Coached by John Beasley down in Melbourne, Australia. Quite got the form that he used to have since he had that terrible crash with a splinter that went through his calf. But Wang is a man that won the silver medal in the World Sprint Championships a few years ago, the only rider from Malaysia to mount the podium for this discipline. And it was in Poland, actually, where he won that silver, beaten by Gregory Bourget from France. So it's a Wang next to go. Very exciting rider, crowd pleaser, particularly in the Kirin. Well, he's going well, 500ths only off the leader's time. Backs it up nicely for fourth position on 10.115.
So still just a 1 sub-10 second ride so far in this qualification round by Nijan Philippe of Trinidad. But next to go, representing Canada, Hugo Barrett.
22 years of age, Barrett. A little bit earlier this year in the team sprint competition at the Pan Am Championships, he got himself a silver, Barrett. And Canada now have a new coach, Craig Griffin, who came from Paracycling USA in August of this year. He's already made some differences, you could see, because the Canadian women's team pursuit team were very impressive. Big fella Barrett, here he comes. The great Gordon Singleton was probably the best sprinter, along with Kurt Harnett from Canada. Barrett coming up to the line, and he goes fifth with 10.118.
Well, I mentioned a little earlier the world record in this discipline, and on the track now is the man who holds that world record, representing France. This is Kevin Sirot.
Yeah, he's been kicking around for some time as Sirot when it comes to sprinting. Been part of the team sprint squad of France, who have been 10 times the world champion. And he's always been involved in the cut and thrust of the sprint as well. Sirot, European sprint champion back in 2011 when he beat Levy 2-0 for the gold medal. But many times the world team sprint champion. That really is his forte. And holder of that world record at 9.5. Sirot next. It's a big man, Sirot, and it's only 16th for him at the moment on 10.573. So with the riders still to come, I think it's safe to say that Sirot is not going to make the cut.
So Sirot was the 16th rider to complete this time trial. We can pretty much safely say you have to go faster than 10.573 now to get yourself a qualification place. Remember, just the top 16 from the 41 taking the start here will progress to the 8th finals. Next rider to take the start, representing the Czech Republic, is Adam Ptachnik.
Ptachnik next then, 19 years of age from the Czech Republic. It's going to be interesting to see just what the cut-off time is here for the top 16. Here he comes, 19 years of age then, this fella from the Czech Republic. Looks good. 7/100ths off the mark. 4th place then for Ptachnik.
So we return to Malaysia for our next competitor, riding for the Malaysian national team in those very distinctive gold and black colours. Easy jersey to pick out amongst any group of riders on the track. And this is Josiah Nug.
Josiah Ung next to go. Asian champion, Commonwealth Games, Kirin gold medalist from New Delhi. Leg speed now beginning to lift. Aiming for that timing strip, hits it spot on. Now Wang of Malaysia went 10.115. Is he going to be quicker? Well, he's 0.1 off the mark at the moment. Here he comes. Josiah Ung of Malaysia closes out with 10.247 for 10th place at this stage.
Next to go, first rider in this time trial competition from Ireland. This is Ian Mullen, number 208.
Well, we've already seen sterling performances by Martin Irvine in the endurance events when he clinched the points race yesterday. Now then, what can Mullen do here in the sprint? Still only that one sub-10 at the moment, but we haven't seen a German tackle the 200 metres, and of course that's one of their big disciplines. They're still to come, and we're waiting for the Australians also, and of course we've got the European champion who's seeded to go last, and the former world champion but the Olympic sprint champion in the last cluster from Great Britain, Kenny. So still lots of very talented sprinters due on the track for this test against the clock. This is Mullen now from Ireland. Certainly coming on, the Irish track riders. 0.1 off the pace of the leader at the moment. And he's 8th, Mullen, with 10.199. He's going to have to sit back and see whether that's going to be good enough.
Well, that gives Ian Mullen a spot in the top 10 at the moment. Just to remind you of the top part of the classification, still just one sub-10 second ride so far today by Nijan Philippe of Trinidad. He still sits at the top of the table, 9.936. Matt Crampton of Great Britain second on 10.015. And Canelon of Venezuela lies third on 10.106. Next to go from Australia is Mitchell Bullen.
21 years of age, Bullen. And some pretty smart sprinters over the years, the Australians. And when the sport went open, when they created the elite class, they actually had the first world sprint champion with Gary Newand, who went on to get an Olympic silver medal as well. The time for Bullen starts now. Well, he's 8/100ths off the pace, Bullen, and he goes 8th, 10.160, so he pushes Mullen of Ireland down one spot.
So we're sneaking up on the halfway point through this classification round. Remember, 41 riders signed on for this event, from which 16 will progress to the 8th finals. And the next rider to try his hand at that progression will be the rider from South Africa, and his name is Bernard Esterhuizen.
Esterhuizen next from Republic of South Africa. World Junior Kilometre champion in 2010. Stopped the clock there when he sealed that gold medal on a 1:03.2. (21 years of age). Now then, can he depose Philippe of the lead? No, he's almost 0.2 off the pace of the Trinidadian. Esterhuizen comes to the line on 10.294 for 14th. Carl, he won't make the cut with that.
Yep, Roo, that's absolutely correct. 10.390 is the current qualification cut-off, but I'm sure that will continue to tumble as the progression through this 41 rider qualification round. Of course, the faster riders are seeded towards the end of the competition, those who are based on the World Championship positions of this year. And the next rider to go from Cyclo Channel Tokyo will be Seichiro Nakagawa.
(34 years of age, Nakagawa. Asian Games silver medalist for the team sprint, riding there with Watanabe and Nita. Looks impressive. He's only 6/100ths off the time of Philippe. If he can maintain this, he'll be in the top 3. He is, so Nakagawa goes third, 10.046.
Well, that displaces Canelon of Venezuela down to 4th spot. Nakagawa taking up 3rd place. Still Philippe sitting pretty with that only sub-10 second ride so far, 9.936. Crampton of Great Britain 2nd. Next to go, the 23rd rider to take the start from Russia, Nikita Shershin.
Big fella, Shershin, only 20 years of age. Still finding his way in the senior ranks. Came away from the World Junior Keirin Championships in Moscow back in 2011 with a silver medal. Shy of the pace of the leader. Shershin 10th, 10.167.
Competitor number 206 next on the track from the New Zealand trade team, HPSNZ track team, is Matthew Archibald.
This is their second sprinter, Archibald. They've still got their number 1 seed to come later in the competition. Big gear is levering over there. Archibald does all his training down there at the velodrome in Invercargill. Powering his way down that back straight. And 5/100 slower at the moment than the leading time, and it's 8th place for Archibald on 10.125.
So we stay with New Zealand for our next competitor in the familiar New Zealand colours here. An all black strip of Edward Dawkins of New Zealand.
Had a good Commonwealth Games, Dawkins, in New Delhi. Got himself a silver in the sprint and a bronze in the kilometre. That was back in 2010. So it's Dawkins, the 24-year-old Kiwi, next to go. Yep, it's good, it's quicker. Faster at the moment than Philippe of Trinidad. Can he maintain the pace? He can. Dawkins is the new leader. 9.871, second sub 10.
Well, the pace certainly hotting up as we get into the second half of the qualification round. Next to go from France, rider who took a silver medal in the European Track Championships in the team sprint. This is Michael Dalmeida of France.
Good kilometre rider, Dalmeida of France. 26 years of age. Actually holds the 6th best time ever for the kilometre, Dalmeida. A 1:00.1 set in the World Cup in Cali, Colombia. And he's a former world team sprint champion. Here he comes, Dalmeida from France. Third for him, another sub 10, 9.947. Carl, they're coming now in bundles.
Absolutely, Hugh. We've now got 3 riders within that 10-second boundary. 9.871, the fastest for Dawkins of New Zealand. Philippe still up there for Trinidad, 9.936, and Dalmeida now posting 9.947. Next to go, a former team sprint world champion from the team Jayco AIS Australia. This is Shane Perkins.
26 years of age, Perkins. His father actually got himself a bronze medal in the sprint in the Commonwealth Games in Kingston, Jamaica back in 1966. Perkins also is a former world keirin champion and a Commonwealth Games gold medalist from New Delhi. So when we go to Glasgow, he will be the defending sprint champion. Perkins next to go. Powerful Aussie, gets involved very seriously when the action's on. He's off the pace of the leader at the moment, but he's close, he's in touch. Perkins finishes third spot, another sub-10, 9.945. This is indicating we're in for a red-hot contest.
We certainly are, and we go back to Japan now, to the Cycle Channel Tokyo team for our next rider, number 133, the 28th rider to take the start here this morning, Tomoyuki Kawabata from Japan.
Kawabata is 28 years of age. Now then, what can he offer? Not going to depose the leader here. Kawabata comes up to finish in 10.284 for 20th position.
Well, as we move through this competition, we can now guarantee at least 3 riders a place in the 8th finals. Those are the 3 who sit at the top of the classification order at the moment. Dawkins of New Zealand, Philip of Trinidad and Perkins of Australia. All sub-10 second times, of course. 4 of those recorded so far. 9.947, the slowest for Dalmeida of France. He lies 4th currently. Next rider to go from the Rus Velo team is Valentin Savitsky from Russia.
.947 and only 4th, and still lots more talented riders to come. That certainly says something about the quality of the entry here. Savitsky next, the 28-year-old Russian. May just get under 10 here. Savitsky, just outside. 10.111, 8th place for him.
So the 30th rider on the track now in this qualification round, as Dalmeida now has a guaranteed qualification place as well as we progress into the latter half of the draw here. From the German team of Erdgas 2012, this is Eric Balsa.
You're going to see the strength in depth of the German sprinters, and the world champion's not even here. That's Stefan Botticelli. A sprinter that Chris Hoy told me to keep an eye on a long, long time ago, and he certainly delivered. Botticelli, the world champion, not here, but they've certainly got some talent on show, and you'll see them making it through into the closing stages. Second in the European Under-23 Sprint Championships, this fella. Balsa. 8/100ths off the mark of the leader. Is he going to go sub-10? No, 10.137, 13th for Balsa. With the rider still to come, he's not going to make the cut.
But good news for British fans is the next guaranteed qualifier is our own Matt Crampton of Great Britain. 10.015, good enough for 5th place at the moment as we bring the 31st heat to the track. rider who's already tasted success here over the first 2 days of this UCI Track Cycling World Cup from the German team, taking a gold medal in the team sprint. This is Max Niederlag.
Yep, 11 more to come, the first of the 11 on the track. This is Max Niederlag. Of course, with the riders still to come, it could mean that Crampton's qualification position is going to put him against one of the top seeds in the early rounds. Fastest split time we've had is 4.995 by Dawkins. Look at that, he matches it. Now the Niederlag, the same split time as Dawkins, but he slows over the second half, but still goes inside 10 seconds. Niederlag of Germany, 9.964 for fifth.
Australia representing on the track now from the Jayco AIS team from Australia. This is Peter Lewis, competitor number 221.
Well, Shane Perkins of Australia went 9.945, so what can Peter Lewis do? Rode well in the Keirin yesterday, did Lewis. Carrying those trade team colours around the track here. Here comes Lewis. And he finishes on 9.957, fifth place for Lewis. So the Aussies are on fire here.
Well, that's 6 sub-10 second rides we've had in this qualification round so far. Matt Crampton now down to 7th spot with that fastest 10 second of 10.015. 9 more riders yet to go. And next on the track, another rider who shared in that gold medal success for Germany in the team sprint, Robert Forstermann, next on the track.
Well, Forstermann and Rennie Enders, the lead-off man for the team sprint, arguably with the biggest thighs in the business when it comes to cycling. Forstermann, the top of the track here, 27 years of age. Had one or two pretty serious tussles with Chris Hoy over the years in the sprint competition. His tactic is always to try and stall the race as long as possible, then he powers his way away from his opponent with that awesome power in the thighs. Just look at the size of the legs here. This is Forstermann. We've already had Niederlag of Germany go 9.964, who's currently sitting in 6th position. Now then, Forstermann on his way. Oh, he's quicker. Now then, could go inside the time of Dawkins here. Is he going to rewrite the book? He does. 9.799. New leader for Forstermann, 73 kilometres an hour.
So 8 riders now qualified. Forstermann, Dawkins, Phillip, Perkins, Dalmeida, Lewis, Niederlag and Crampton. And that new marker laid down by the big German there, 9.799. Next to take up the challenge, 34th rider to take the start with 8 still to go. This is Pavel Kellerman of the Czech Republic.
Seven riders, I make it now, Carl, inside 10 seconds. So if you're 16th to qualify and you meet number 1, there's a massive gap of difference against the clock. But of course, tactically, when you line up, it's a different challenge. Kellerman from the Czech Republic, just circling the top of the track. 22 years of age, a former BMX rider, actually, Kellerman. He's lost his line a little bit there, and that reflects in the halfway split. When you've seen Forsterman go before, it makes this ride look sort of mediocrity, doesn't it? He's 16th for Kellerman, 10.136.
Well, briefly inside the top 16 for Kellerman, but I think that will be rapidly displaced by the raft of talent that is still to go in this qualification round for the men's sprint competition. It's worth remembering that the top 16, when we come to the 8th final, is the fastest qualifier, will be matched against the slowest, and so on through the classification order. So next to go, representing Spain, will be Juan Peralta.
Peralta now from Spain. Moreno's already gone for Spain. This is Peralta. No, he's off the pace of the quickest at the moment. So Peralta 10.068, 10th. Now, is that going to be good enough? Six more to come. 10th spot for Peralta. He might make the cut there, Cole.
Yeah, it's certainly looking as it might do, but here's another very talented rider who took, in fact, he shared the bronze medal, rather unique outcome to the Olympic Games Keirin last year in London. The rider from New Zealand, this is Simon van Veldhoven.
Third in the kilometre. Third in the kilometre also at the World Championships. Veldhoven on his way now. Big strapping fella, a lot of strength. But he's nearly 2.2, over 0.2 off the pace, 23rd for Veldhoven, so he will not continue in the competition.
So the guaranteed qualifiers now down to 11th place as we reach the last few riders in this qualification round. Next to go is a rider who featured here yesterday, but didn't quite take the victory in the Keirin, but he is the world champion for the Keirin discipline. Next on track, representing Great Britain, Jason Kenny.
.25 years of age from Bolton, Jason Kenny. And the British record holder of 9.713. Holder of 3 Olympic gold medals, Jason Kenny. Good leg speed by Kenny down the back straight. But he's 0.1 off the pace of the quickest. Here comes Kenny. Now Kenny goes 20th. That is a disappointing time for Jason Kenny. 10.154, so he doesn't make the cut into the competition.
Well, the form's certainly not there for Jason Kenny at the moment, but rider who is on good form is next to go because he took the silver medal in the Keirin here yesterday. Just 4 riders left on the start list to complete this 200-metre time trial, and the first of them is Maximilian Levy, riding on the German trade team of Erdgas 2012.
Well, Matt Crampton is still 8th in this qualification time trial as we come to the first of the final 4 competitors. So Crampton is going to make the cut and will be the only British representative, having just seen the Olympic sprint champion failed to qualify. So now it's Maximilian Levy, silver medal winner from the Keirin in London in the Olympics and an Olympic gold medalist for the team sprint. Levy on his way now here. Looking good, Levy. What's he going to finish off with? 14th. Wow, will that be good enough? He's going to be biting his fingernails because there are still 3 more competitors to come. He is 14th at the moment.
Yeah, we've got guaranteed qualifiers down to 13th at the moment. Potachnik is the man there who's the most recent rider to guarantee his qualification place. His time 10.112. So that 10.115 for Levy. He really is on the cusp of perhaps going out of this competition with 3 very strong riders yet to go. The first of them from Australia, number 106, Matthew Glaser.
Now Glaser is exceptionally quick in the team sprint when he rides third wheel. Fastest man ever over the third lap, Glaser, when Australia won the world title. 21 years of age. He's a former world junior sprint champion. His final lap, as I say, sealed the gold medal for the team sprint in 2012, riding with Sunderland and Perkins. Now then, let's have a look at Glaser, who really is an exciting rider. He fights the bike, this fella. See how he waves the bike all over the place, doesn't he? Let's have a look at the split time here. Well, he's 7/100 shy, but he's on the schedule to qualify here. Glaser 4th, good ride, 9.944.
Yep, that'll do nicely for Matthew Glaser of Australia. We move on now to New Zealand, rider who was just beaten out of the bronze medal ride by Francois Purvis of France in the World Championships in Minsk in Belarus earlier this year, but a prodigious talent nonetheless. From New Zealand, this is Sam Webster.
Winner of the Oceania Sprint Championships in Invercargill back in 2011. And like 1 or 2 of the other riders that have gone before him, he was a junior world sprint champion in Moscow back in 2009. Came away with 2 gold medals on that occasion because he added the World Junior Keirin title to his sprint. Now then, what can he do? His fellow countryman, he's right up there in the mix with a good time. Dawkins currently 2nd, he went 9.8, so can the Kiwis place 2 here in the cluster of qualifiers? 0.1 shy of the mark at this stage as he comes up to the line. 10.143, 21st, so Webster will not go into the competition.
So just 1 more rider to go. The rider who's teetering on the edge of going out of this competition at the moment in 16th qualification place is Wang of Malaysia, 10.115. So if Denis Dmitriev, the silver medalist from the World Championships, can go faster than that, he'll get himself into the top 16. The last rider to go, Dmitriev of Russia.
"27 years of age then, Dmitriev. Come away from the European Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands just over a week ago with the gold medal, having won the sprint title. .106 then, off the mark of the leader at the midway point, but Dmitriev goes 9th and qualifies into the next round of the sprint.
So the fastest qualifier, Robert Forstermann of Germany, 9.799. Dawkins of New Zealand was 2nd in 9.871. And third fastest, well, it was a heck of a ride from Philippe of Trinidad. He went off 11th of the 41, but posting a time third fastest of 9.936. So this promises to be an intriguing sprint competition, with 1 or 2 of the favourites not making the cut. So we'll return to the action with the 8th finals a little bit later this morning.
Well, if you're newly arrived, good morning. I hope you've shaken the sleep off and you have found your way to your seat and you have enjoyed that men's sprint qualification. We have a lot more to come before around 5 o'clock this evening. We have 5 more gold medals to be contested. We're just going to get set up now for the next event of the Women's Omnium, which is the individual pursuit. We will have each of those going in a moment, and it is rather fitting that we have had a tweet in from the World Omnium Champion. Don't forget, you can join the conversation using hashtag TWC. So Sarah Hammer, all the way over from the States. Wow, the crowds look awesome. I'm doing that because that's how she'd say it in Manchester. Missing being there. Oh well, live stream will have to do for now. Hashtag TWC. Thank you so much, Sarah, for getting in touch. You can watch this afternoon on BBC Television, on BBC 2 from 2:20. So if you haven't had a chance to put it on the record, make sure you get to see yourself on the big screen if you have a chance to do that. That's 2:20 on BBC 2 later. Not just Sarah Hammer, we also had one from Sir Chris Hoy last night, which was rather nice. And this is from Chris Hoy's wife, Sarah Hoy. Good luck to GB at the Track World Cup today. I don't miss those nerves, that's for sure. She's responding to a tweet from Abby Burton, who is sat right in the corner of the media pen right now, really scared that she's just on the big screen. Live on BBC 2 from 2:20. She's done the plug for me. Hashtag TWC. So, the Women's Omnium continues. This is event 4 of 6.
So as Hughes just mentioned, this is the next element of the Women's Omnium competition. It's the individual sprint, and following the disqualification of the Lithuanian Trabeta during the course of the elimination race last night, we're down to 15 riders. Hence, on her own, taking the start in the home straight, is Sakura Tsushigoshi of Japan. First rider to go in this individual pursuit in the Women's Omnium.
And the first heat of the 4th discipline of the Women's Omnium, the individual pursuit, gets underway. And it's a lone ride by Tsushigoshi from Japan. 3,000 meters of the track, 12 laps. And at the moment, Tsushigoshi is lying 15th overall with 55 points. And in case you are coming to watch cycle track racing for the first time, or you're new to Omnium competitions, let me just quickly tell you how it works. There are 6 different disciplines: the flying lap, the points race, the elimination race, that's on day 1, and day 2, which you are now watching, individual pursuit. They then will have the scratch race, and the final event will be the 500-meter time trial. If you win one of those events, you score 1 point. And of course, at the end of the competition, it is the rider with the least points that is the overall winner of the Omnium. So currently leading, it's Carlton of Canada with 11, tying with Berton of France, and third is De Geer of Belgium on 12. You're wondering where Laura Trott is. Well, I'll tell you, she's 6th at the moment with 15 points. So Trott has still got 2 of her good disciplines to come, with the individual pursuit and the 500-meter time trial, so she's still got a very good chance of getting the top podium position. She's well in touch. Trott will go in the 6th heat of the 4,000-meter pursuit. So the split time for the first kilometre of Tsushigoshi was 1:16.851. Hard work, of course, trying to recover for each of the requirements, and it's a tough recipe because the disciplines are the full distances. There's no short ones here. 5 more laps to go for competitor number 1, Sukagoshi. A little bit laboured here. You can tell there's a lot of fatigue in those legs. And she's got 1 more kilometre to go. 2:34.2, the split time at 2,000 metres. We don't mind a bit of applause actually in the arena. I know we support the British, but I think all the competitors, you know, let's just give them a ripple of applause. It's encouragement, isn't it? It's no point in riding around in stony silence. So here comes the Japanese competitor, Sukagoshi, coming up to the line for 2 laps to go. Her best performance so far in the 3 events that have been completed was in the flying lap when she finished 11th. She was 32nd in the points race and 12th in the elimination contest. So it'll be the bell this time. The long, lonely journey over 3,000 metres is almost over for Sukagoshi. Bell lap. Half a lap to go. Here she comes up to the line. She's going to have to wait and see how many points she'll score with that finishing time of 3:55.170 for Sukagoshi of Japan.
So heat number 2 lining up in the home straight, representing Belarus is Volha Masyakovich, and in the back straight from Hong Kong, Zhao Jiao.
Heat number 2 away, as Carl announced. It's between Masyakovich of Belarus and Xiao Diao from Hong Kong. Masyakovich 13th overall in the contest with 41 points, and Diao of Hong Kong just 1 place lower, 14th with 42 points. So obviously these competitors cannot in any way challenge podium positions, but it's all about trying to elevate themselves up the finishing classification to score valuable points carried forward in the World Cup, ready for the World Championships. Better start at the moment by Masyakovich. And she's almost got Diao in her sights. First kilometre tidied up then. Masyakovich quicker than Sukagoshi from Japan, so she's the fastest of the three competitors over the first 4 laps. Now she's got Dio in her sights. It'll work very nicely for her. 25 meters now separating them as she begins to close down the competitor from Hong Kong. Yeah, the junction is going to be made now with 1.5 kilometers, just inside 1.5 kilometers of racing to go. Masiakovic overhauls Dio. Coming back to the line, it'll be 1 kilometer left. Yep, 2:30.068, so she's 4 seconds faster than Sukagoshi of Japan. So this is going to put her in the lead in the early stages of this kilometer discipline, of this 3,000 meter discipline. It's a bit early in the day. Just thinking about that, 3,000 kilometers, yeah, we would be here for some time. Getting towards the closing stages then of Heat 2. The bell being prepared for the arrival here of Masiakovic. Final 250 meters for her. Dio will get the bell in the back straight. Here she comes. Masiakovic stops the clock on 3:46.880. So that now means after 2 heats, Masiakovic is the leader, ahead of Sukagoshi from Japan, and Dio's time now confirmed at 4:02.599.
So the third heat on the track now. Riders, of course, going in reverse order of their Omnium standings. So these are the 11th and 12th placed riders in that Omnium competition. In the home straight from the Ukraine, Gana Solovi, and in the back straight from Poland, Małgorzata Wojtyra.
Wojtyra's best position so far in the disciplines tied it up was 9th in the elimination. And her opponent, Solovi, has had a couple of 10ths, flying lap and the points race. But of course, Wojtyra is quite a gutsy competitor and riding well. Coming up to complete the first kilometre, and it is the rider from Ukraine, Solovay, that is quicker, and the kilometre that she has just recorded, 1:14.7, is the fastest actually of all the riders so far. These are the two quickest of the early starters. Well matched as well, not much to choose between them. And Wojtyła has already got one gold medal in her pocket from this World Cup action when she won the scratch race, putting Kate Archibald of Great Britain down into silver and Klimchenko of Ukraine in the bronze. So she's having a good World Cup, Wojtyła of Poland. But at the moment, she's under pressure here from her opponent, Solovay of Ukraine, who is riding more strongly over the 3,000 metres. She goes through the 2,000 metre mark in 2:26.5. She's almost 4 seconds faster, actually, than Wojtyła. And Wojtyła's time now has slipped back behind Masyakovic of Belarus. So at the moment, the leading two times, with the closing stages unfolding in this pursuit, are Solovay of Ukraine and Masyakovic of Belarus. There is a remote chance that a catch could be achieved here. Solovay is running out of distance, but she's closing down rapidly on Wojtyła of Poland. One to go. Yep, the catch is going to be achieved with half a lap remaining. The leg speed significantly higher from the rider from Ukraine. Here she comes. Finishing time 3:37.996 for Solovay. Inside 3:40, that's impressive after the heavy work they've been enduring over the 2 days of action. And 3:48.433 for the Pole, Wojtyła, which means her time is third.
So still between those two, Masyakovic of Belarus, 3:46.880. 5 riders completed this women's Omnium individual pursuit so far. So heat 4 of 8 brings to the track in the home straight from the United States of America, Elizabeth Newell, and her opponent from Russia in the back straight, lying 10th in the Omnium competition going into this, is Tamara Balabalina from Russia.
Interesting to see what Newell does here for USA. World champion actually comes from America for this discipline. That's Sarah Hammer. And you heard a little earlier from Hugh in the middle that she actually tweeted how much she's enjoying the world feed of this competition, and absolutely knocked out by the enthusiasm of the massive crowds. So Newell's best place so far in the 3 disciplines came in the points race when she was third. And for her opponent from Russia, Balobolina, she went inside the top 10 in the flying lap. That's the opening discipline when she was 7th. There's just 2 points between them on paper, with Newell on 27 and Balobolina on 29. Now, Solovay of Ukraine opened up with a 1:14.7 for her first kilometre. And we'll just keep an eye on these two to see whether they're on the same kind of pace. This time, the American slightly quicker, but not as fast as Solovay, a 1:18.5, so 2 modest opening kilometres. Now then, it's all about trying to back up that start over the next 8 laps. This is the 2 kilometre mark. Newell still in charge of the clash. And she's raised her game a tad. She's on 2:31.4 now, 4th quickest at that point. Final 500 metres of heat 4. Well, Balobolina still plugging away here, but not closing down the gap on Newell. It'll be the bell this time for the American. Well, it's closing, isn't it? Balobolina finding a little bit here in the closing stages. Concluding half lap now being ridden out in heat 4. Here comes the American to take it. Newell, 3:45.2, second fastest so far, and Balobolina of Russia, 3:46.2, third.
So it's still Solovay of the Ukraine who heads the classification table in 3:37.996, followed by Newell, Balobolina and Masyakovich. There's the top 4, with still 3 more heats to go. In fact, 4 more heats to go. So introducing now in the home straight from Italy, Annalisa Cucinotta, and her opponent in the back straight from Mexico, Sofia Areola.
Cucinotta of Italy enjoys the honour of starting in the home straight because she's the higher placed of the two after the 3 completed disciplines. She lies 7th on 25 points. And Areola of Mexico started in the back straight 8th, but she's got 25 points as well. So this is quite a ding-dong contest between these two for the possibility of rejigging their classification places. Areola holds the best finishing position of the 3 completed disciplines. That came in the points race when she was 2nd. And that mark is still there to be beaten by Solovay of Ukraine, 3:37.996. Areola has gone away quicker here from Mexico. It's a 1:16.4 for Areola of Mexico, 4th for her at this stage. And Cucinotta of Italy, well, definitely struggling a little bit here, hasn't quite got the leg speed. Areola, who was super aggressive in the points race discipline, slowly eating up the ground between her and her opponent. Has the hallmarks here of a catch. Yep, Areola now has got Cucinotta well and truly in her sights and getting some pretty serious encouragement from the corner there, from the coach. Yeah, and the fact that Cucinotta is just in front of Areola means it's helping her pick her pace up. The catch is now going to be achieved right on the line here. And that effort to overhaul Cucinotta of Italy means that she's raised her game, 2:29.5 at the 2,000 metre marker. Still 3 seconds off the pace of Solovay. Can't see her taking that away, but she could run out on a time here of around about a 4:40, 3:40, 3:41. Which would give us 2nd place. Now, Cucinotta of Italy is sitting a little bit too close to the back wheel there of Areola of Mexico. She may just be told to drop back. The commissaire on the side will point. Just have a look. I think that's what's going to happen. Yep, there we go. Commissaire right in front of me by the line is telling the Italian to distance herself from the back wheel of the Mexican. Very difficult thing to do, actually. Bell lap then for Areola. Still a little bit too close, and the commissaire in charge down there is watching that pretty closely. And now the Italian's coming up to try and overhaul the Mexican. Whoops, swings out. There was nearly a fall there. 3:44. So Areola slowed over the closing stages. And now the finish for Cucinotta of Italy. So Areola then goes 2nd, and Cucinotta of Italy 7th.
So heat number 6 from Spain in the home straight, Lidia Oliveira, and her opponent in the back straight from Great Britain, the Olympic Omnium champion Laura Trott.
Laura Trott currently 6th overall in the competition at the moment on 15 points. And her opponent, Oliveira of Spain, 1 place higher, 5th on 14 points. But the individual pursuit is one of the strong disciplines then for Trott, who just a little over a week ago, 2 weeks in fact now, she won the European Omnium Championship. If you weren't here last night, she just got pipped in the Devil to 2nd position by the Australian Edmondson. Thrilling finish, but Edmondson was the stronger of the two as they closed out the distance on the line. Now then, the time of 3:37.996, we expect that to be erased here. Trott ahead, but Spaniards also riding strongly. Ariola. Yep, 1:14.9. It's the 2nd quickest opening kilometre. Actually, Solovay of Ukraine was faster, only by 0.18 of a second, so Trott's on a good schedule at the moment. The medal positions are certainly all up for grabs here on the final day of this Women's Omnium. It's very, very close. Carlton and Berton, who are currently joint first with 11, only 4 points less than Trott, so it could all be decided in the 500-metre time trial at the end, and that was exactly the same scenario for Trott at the Olympics when she beat Hammer. Good contest, this one. Trott's got the upper hand, though. Next discipline after this will be the scratch race. She's the quickest now, Laura Trott, 2:24.903. So at the moment she's on a schedule of around about 3:35. The personification of class, Trott, just sits there, rock still, forward on the peak of the saddle. That's the commitment, of course, for an endurance rider against the clock in a pursuit. And Chris Newton in the back straight, the coach then for the elite women, giving the required encouragement. She really has got the bit between her teeth now. Bell lap then for Trott. Around about a 35, I would think we're going to see here. Who knows? She's applying the pressure very, very sweetly in the concluding half lap. Trott will now go to the top of the leaderboard with the impressive time then of 3:34.293. Here comes Oliveira. 3rd spot for Oliveira, 3:39.558.
So just 2 heats to go, and that, as Hughes just mentioned, moves Trott to the top of the table, with Solovay down now to 2nd from the Ukraine. Just 3 seconds off the pace of Trott, and Oliveira of Spain, 3:39.558, good enough for 3rd at the moment. 2 more heats to go. So taking the start in the home straight for the penultimate heat is Joliane de Heu of Belgium, and her opponent in the back straight, rider who overcame Laura Trott in the Omnium elimination race last night from Australia. This is Annette Edmondson.
Joliane de Heu of Belgium getting underway here in the home straight. 12 points to her credit so far, and third place in the overall standings, and just one lower. Annette Edmondson fourth on 13, but Edmondson is a very polished Omnium rider. Last night she won the elimination, just pipping Laura Trott in the concluding sprint. And she's a former junior world champion for the Omnium, Edmondson. And in the World Championships, she's been a silver medal winner to Laura Trott in Melbourne in 2012, and she got a bronze last year when Sarah Hammer was the overall victor. So Edmondson just slightly higher than Trott then in the standings, but of course we're waiting to see what kind of a time she's going to record here in the pursuit. Got a good PB to her credit, which is quicker than the 3:34 that Trott's just recorded, but that of course is when you haven't ridden three disciplines before. Edmondson then at the moment on 1:15 is 7th, and de Heu has opened up with a 1:15 for the 4th quickest. Well, at the moment, Edmondson obviously carrying lactic in the legs there because she can't get on terms with de Heu. The last year's bronze medalist in Minsk is trailing de Heu of Belgium by about 20 metres as they're heading towards the 2 kilometre mark. One kilometre to go, and de Heu 2:27 is the 4th fastest time so far. So with one more heat to go, Laura Trott is not going to finish any lower than 3rd, and that would give her 3 points to carry forward to her overnight tally of 15. So it's a good positive start for Trott here on day 2 of the Omnium, but of course Burton and Carlton in the final heat are going to have their work cut out to try and depose Trott of the #1 position here in the pursuit, which would give her 1 point. It's going to be the bell this time for the Belgium. De Heu takes the bell, and the Belgian on her way into the finishing straight and just about got in her sights Edmondson. Here she comes, de Heu. 3:39.290, which gives her 3rd spot at the moment, and 5th for Edmondson on 3:43.897.
So just one heat to go. It's still Laura Trott is the fastest, 3:34.293, with Solovey of Ukraine still second, 3:37.996, and de Heu now moving up into 3rd place, 3:39.290. So the final heat in this women's Omnium individual pursuit, and starting in the home straight, the rider who leads the Omnium competition after the first 3 disciplines. This is Gillian Carlton of Canada, and her opponent in the back straight, lying second and representing France, Laurie Berthon.
Eighth and final heat gets underway. Now, both riders on the track here have got the same points, 11 each after the first 2 disciplines. And they've each had a win as well. Carlton won the flying lap, the opening test of this challenge, and Berthon of France won the points race. So they've both got 11. Now, if you just speculate on the outcome here, and if Trott wins the individual pursuit, and with that kind of time, there's a very good chance she'd get 1 point. Her tally would become 16. And De Geer at the moment, well, she's lying third, so if she gets 3 points to add to her 12, that would be 15. She'd still be ahead of Trott with 2 to go, but it depends, of course, here what Carlton of Canada does, because she's pretty strong. And already she's gone away quicker than Berthon of France. Now then, Trott was at the mark at the end of the first kilometre in a 1:14.9. Let's have a look at the time of Carlton. Oh yes, she's quicker, 1:13.7. Well, as I said, when I was summarising her performances so far in the Omnium, she did win the flying lap. So obviously this new Canadian coach, Craig Griffin, who came from USA Paracycling, is doing a good job here with the Canadians. We can expect some fireworks from them next year then in the Commonwealth Games in Canada. And Carlton looking good. It was Tara Whitten who was the superstar of the Omnium before. And Tara Whitten obviously not taking part here, but Tara Whitten of Canada has been the world champion for the Omnium on 2 occasions, 2010 and 2011, and she got a silver medal actually back in 2009, so this could well be the replacement for Whitten. Looks good. Berthon was 10th at the end of the first kilometre. That's not going to do her any good at all. She was 10th and her tally of points would go up to 21. That's going to squeeze her shy of the medals. And at the moment, she's still quicker than Trott. Carlton with a 2:23.256. Now, the fact that Carlton of Canada won the flying lap, the start of this Omnium, would indicate that she can obviously ride a good 500 metres, which is the last discipline. And there's the catch. It's been achieved. So she's overhauled the French competitor Berthon. Now then, this is a good ride then by Carlton. She's going to stay in the lead after this pursuit in the Omnium. If she finished second, her tally of points would only be 13, but at the moment she's on a journey here for first spot, which would just lift her up to 12, and that would mean that she had got 4 points less than Trott. Interesting contest, isn't it? Carlton gets the bell. 2:16.132, Bolt on about a 16. She's on a ride of around about 3:32.33, which is inside the time of Trott on 3:34. Here comes the Canadian. 3:34.003. So she is the winner of the individual pursuit. That's her second victory of the 4 events completed in the Omnium. Second place, obviously, there, Berthon on 3:44, so carrying the points forward, and Carl will probably do a quick summary there. It means that Carlton is still in the lead with 12 points, and she's going to have 4 less than Trott. It's getting quite interesting, Carl.
Absolutely, Hugh. There are still 2 disciplines to go, of course, the next of which is the scratch race, but Carlton opens up a 4-point advantage over De Heur of Belgium. 12 points for Carlton. De Heur lies second on 16 points. Remember, the more points you've got, the lower down the classification you are, because it's an aggregate of your finishing positions in each discipline. And Laura Trott, the Olympic champion in the Omnium, is currently lying in 3rd place on 17 points, just 1 behind De Heur in 2nd spot. So we return now to the men's sprint competition. We've whittled down that massive entry of 41 riders to the top 16 now for the 8th final stage. And from this, the winner of each heat will go through to the quarterfinals. The losers, they'll contest the quarterfinals in the B sprint. So the first heat to come to the track is an all-German affair. And the riders contesting this one, wearing race number 160, is Maximilian Levy, riding on the German Erdgas trade team. And his opponent, who will take the higher position on the track, is number 193, Robert Forstermann from Germany also. So Forstermann at the top of the track and Levy in the lower position. This is a straight ride, no match sprinting yet, so the winners go through to the quarterfinals.
So after that qualification time trial round, the culling exercise, as Carl said, where we had to shed 25 riders, we're now down to the 16 in the 8th finals. So this is 1v16, Forstermann, the number 1 seed, who blazed his way around the boards to stop the clock on 9.799. And his opponent here, Levy, went 10.115, but of course it's all about tactics now. Forstermann, the man in 2nd position at the moment. Winner of a gold medal here on day 1 in the team sprint, and Levy, the man at the front riding in his trade team colours, is a Keirin specialist. Been a world champion for the Keirin, and he's been a silver medal winner in the Keirin at the Olympic Games. And it's Levy at the moment, decided he's going to take Forstermann for a long one. Now, Forstermann, with arguably the biggest thighs in the business, will not like this at all. He likes to stall and just explode for the final lap. So making him ride for 2 laps could be a little bit costly in the closing stages. And Forstermann took it, but it was the right tactic, and it forced a little stocky fella to work very, very hard. So first blood goes to Robert Forstermann, the number 1 seed from Germany.
So Heat 2 will come to the track now, and being wheeled up onto the start line first is the rider from New Zealand, Edward Dawkins, in the black and white colours, and taking up position on his right shoulder. Starting at the top of the track from the Czech Republic, Adam Potachnik.
No problem here then with the identification. Dawkins in the famous black strip there from New Zealand. Second seed, Dawkins. Impressive time of 9:871 in the time trial, which equates to just a tad under 80 kilometres an hour. Traditional tactics of sprinting, watching each other. Nobody wants to just reflect their intentions, where they're going to make the move. You could actually have a situation where they could roll round all the way for the 3 laps like this if Potachnik at the back from the Czech Republic didn't feel that he could attack Dawkins. Have seen sprints decided like that in the lower part of the track. It's almost a sort of exercise of intimidation. It's the kind of tactic that would suit Robert Forstermann, the German that you've just seen win Heat 1. He likes this kind of scenario where the thing is stalled all the way around, then he uses that awesome power to jump away from his opponent. But it's Dawkins in the black then deciding just to lift the pace a tad here, the bronze achiever in the World Team Sprint last year. Dawkins then at the front. Now then, what can the rider from the Czech Republic offer here? Oh, he's gone down the inside. Good move by Potachnik. Now then, he caught Dawkins napping, who opened the door fractionally. Now then, Dawkins he looked to try and go down the inside, but he's going to be beat tactically here, or is he? Whoa! Oh, what an incredible finish. Well, they bumped into each other there, didn't they, and slid over the line ignominiously. Let's hope they're not hurt, but Dawkins, throwing his bike at the line, actually collided with Potachnik, and I'd like to get Carl's view on that. Both very, very eager there, Carl, and I think Dawkins lost his line as he threw his bike at the finishing mark, and of course he took the rider from the Czech Republic out.
Yeah, that was quite an incredible finish to a sprint heat, that was, Hugh, and both riders ending up on the deck. They're on their feet, but the damage done there to the all-black skin suit of Edward Dawkins, so we'll wait to see confirmation of the outcome of that one.
Take another look at this. We've got the freeze frame to look at this from the monitor, and as they come into the line, yeah, it was Dawkins that was at fault because Potachnik was just about on the line, and the elbow of Dawkins was underneath the elbow of Potachnik, which of course caused the crash, and I'm afraid it's left some gaping big holes in the skin shorts of the rider from the Czech Republic. And look, we are seeing actually burn marks on the shoulder as well of Dawkins. We've got a chance to see this, you haven't, but we've got a monitor here in our commentary box. We're looking at the head-on. Let's once again confirm if I'm right. Well, I think they're both at fault almost here, because Potachnik comes in slightly, but it was the nudge from Dawkins that took them down. I tell you what, there's a little bit of bark missing there, I think, Cole.
Yes, Hugh, that was 6 of one and a half dozen of the other, looking at our video finish. Both riders obviously fully committed to the lunge for the line and just locking elbows together as they came towards it. But, let's hope they're okay. But certainly new skin suits, if nothing else, will be required before they continue in the competition.
Be interesting to see how they decide on the result there as well, because It was almost a dead heat, but our computer is actually showing victory to Dawkins. There it is, right upon the screen. That's how close they were before they decided that they would start doing some gymnastics and land on the track. Just look at that on the screen. Can you split them? Blowed if I can. Dawkins the winner.
So we'll bring the next heat to the track, but just let me quickly tell you that the New Zealand rider has been issued a relegation, C8, for entering the sprinters line when the opponent was already there. So Dawkins judged to be at fault in that one and has been relegated in that heat. So, heat 3 onto the track now. Nijan Philippe of Trinidad, who will start in the higher position on the track here, will take on his opponent from Roosevelt. The Russian rider here is Valentin Savitsky. Savitsky on the inside, Philippe on the outside.
Well, after the fireworks of Heat 2, now then, what can we look forward to here in Heat 3? Savitsky, the Russian, leading here from Philippe of Trinidad. Just in case you didn't catch up with that announcement from Carl, Dawkins was relegated in the second heat. Patachnik of the Czech Republic goes through, and Dawkins has now got to continue his competition in the B sprint quarter-final competition. Savitsky quite content here to roll around much quicker in the first lap than they did in the previous heat. But as I say that, are we going to get a stall? Thought they were shaping up for a standstill there, but they've thought better of it. Many years ago, Trinidad had a very, very good sprinter, Roger Gibbon, who was the Commonwealth Games gold medalist for the kilometre and the sprint. So see whether or not Jean-Philippe can emulate the feats of Roger Gibbon. Also, Gene Samuel was another smart operator from that country. So, taking it on at the front is Savitsky, and Philippe, the third seed in this competition, trying to come round Savitsky, and he does. Philippe takes it and moves sweetly into the next round.
Well, just an aside here as we get ourselves ready for the next heat, just seeing on our commentary box video coverage that Edward Dawkins showing you how tough cyclists are, just extracting splinters from his arm following that encounter with the track, but he'll be fine, I'm sure, for the resumption of the competition, but of course he was relegated as a result of that move. So the two riders through to the next round so far are Forsterman, Patachnik, and as a result of that one, Nijan Philippe. So 3 riders through and 8 heats in total to be completed. So the riders come to the track for heat number 4, representing Australia, and starting in the lower position here, wearing race number 106, is Matthew Glaister, And his opponent taking the higher position, rider who took the bronze medal in the Kirin from Venezuela, Hesani Canelon.
Blades just leading off in the traditional famous Aussie colours there, the white with the yellow and green bands around the middle. He'll show quite a lot of respect to Canelon, Venezuela, because he's been riding well here at this World Cup, got himself a bronze medal last night in the Kirin. But Glazer is a former junior world sprint champion and very, very quick as third wheel in the team sprint. Fights his bike, throws it all over the place. It's almost as though he's got a rubber spine the way he crouches down and looks back. A good technique from sprinters, which probably you don't observe, everybody here, is as this competition unfolds tactically, you just look at the skill. When a sprinter will ride a whole length of the straight looking backwards and riding forwards. Well, they nearly came together there, didn't they? But it's Canelon taking it on from the front of Venezuela. Here comes the attack by Glazer, the Australian. Look how he fights the bike. Glazer coming round the long way, and he's going to get this. Yeah, Glazer blitzes Canelon to win comfortably through to the quarterfinals.
So our next heat, heat number 5, and the riders lining up for this one. Number 222 on the inside is Shane Perkins, member of the gold medal winning team sprint squad in the World Championships last year. And his opponent on the outside, representing Spain, is Juan Peralta.
Well, Perkins has been a visitor to this track on many occasions. Thrilled us with his fireworks, particularly in Kirin racing. He's the current Commonwealth Games sprint champion. Took that title in New Delhi and will no doubt be defending it in Glasgow next year. Peralta of Spain, 23 years of age. He came away from the Europeans without a medal, but figured quite strongly in the early rounds. Actually made the final on one occasion for the World Sprint Championships back in 2010. Pipped by the Frenchman Gregory Bourget on that occasion in Copenhagen. So it's Perkins now that's leading off. Now then, here comes the challenge from Peralta. Can Peralta get up onto the side of Perkins? Quite know what kind of form they're in, these Aussies from down under. It's early in the track season, but it looks like Perkins is the master here. Yes, Perkins takes it, cruises to the line and moves into the quarterfinals.
So 3 more heats to go in this men's sprint 8th finals. Remember, the winner only goes through to the quarterfinals. The losers have to contest the B sprint. And the next 2 riders lining up here for the start on the inside from Cycle Channel Tokyo is Sachiro Nakagawa, and his opponent on the outside, representing France, Michael D'Almeida.
Two athletes on the track here who are team sprint specialists. D'Almeida's been a world champion, representing France, of course. France 10 times the world team sprint champions. And his opponent here from Japan, Nakagawa, is a team sprint champion from the Asian Games. Sprinting tradition over the years with France. They've produced so many very, very good finishers. When it comes to the sprint, Florian Rousseau, Daniel Modelon, Gregory Bourget. All big names written into the record book when it comes to sprinting from France. The 26-year-old Frenchman then, quite content to still lead this one. Now then, what can Nakagawa do here? Looking for the inside position, but D'Almeida closed the door. He saw that. Having another crack to try and get up into the back wheel of D'Almeida, but the Frenchman at the moment looking far too strong and far too quick. Gonna have to come the long way round on the right shoulder of D'Almeida, and he's not going to do it. So the Frenchman takes it and moves into the next round. Victory for Michael D'Almeida of France.
So with a couple of heats to go, the riders already through to the quarterfinals. Robert Forsterman of Germany, Adam Tachnik of the Czech Republic, Nijan Philippe of Trinidad, Matthew Glaser of Australia, Shane Perkins of JCO AIS, and Michael D'Almeida of France. So the penultimate heat of this sprint quarter-final stage, 8th final stage I should say, and the rider on the track now is the sole representative of Great Britain in this competition. Matthew Crampton is the rider taking the start in the GB colours, wearing race number 179, and on his right shoulder his opponent from JCO AIS Australia. This is Peter Lewis.
Matt Crampton just rolling away here. The 10th seed after the time trial round this morning when he went 10.015. And if you're just coming in and wondering where Jason Kenny is, the Olympic sprint champion, expecting to see him, well, he didn't make the cut. He was 24th actually in the time trial round. Had a character for him. So Matt Crampton is the sole representative of Great Britain here in the men's sprint competition. Lewis of Australia in his trade team colours here. So what can Crampton do? Victory would put him into the quarterfinals, and it's Crampton leading off here. Very popular rider, comes from the Manchester area. Crampton then trying to hold off Lewis. Crampton does it. So Matt Crampton wins heat 7 to go into the quarterfinals. Just take a quick look at the big screen and you can see the wheelie being done on the approach to the finishing line there from Lewis of Australia. Oh.
So the final heat of this men's sprint 8th finals. This will decide the last rider to go through to the quarter-final stage. And taking the start here, lining up on the inside, representing Germany. Sorry, on the outside representing Germany will be Max Niederlag. The rider on the inside is Denis Dimitriev. Well, no, they're the other way around, just to confuse us. They sometimes line up right at the top of the track, sometimes at the bottom. They've decided to go for the bottom position here. So the rider on the outside of the two is Dimitriev of Russia.
Eighth and ninth seeds these after the sprint time trial round. Niederlag 8th on 9.964 and Dimitriev 9.76. So against the clock, nothing to choose between them. But of course, tactically now, the contest totally different. Dimitriev, the current European champion, just clinched the gold medal for that in Apeldoorn just a couple of weeks ago. Niederlag of Germany, another one of the school of smart operators when it comes to this discipline. Well, looking like Niederleg of Germany is going to take it on from the front. Yep, Niederleg leads past the timing strip. Now then, Dimitriev, the European champion, with some work to do here. He's going to find this tough. Niederleg is going to win this one. He does. So Niederleg of Germany goes into the quarterfinals, and Dimitriev will go into the B competition at the quarterfinal stage.
So Niederlag of Germany joins Matt Crampton of Great Britain, Michael Dalmeida of France, Shane Perkins of Jayco AIS, Matthew Glazer of Australia, Nujan Philippe of Trinidad, Adam Ptachnik of the Czech Republic, and Robert Forsterman of Germany in the quarterfinals.
So we now move on to the first round of the women's Keirin. This known as the one with the motorbike, but we are showing you another little vagary that happens with this particular event. They need to be in a position up and down the track, usually 6 riders, but in this heat particularly there is 5. So each one will pick a position by turning over a card, as to where they will line up. Now, 1 is closest to the rail here in track centre, and 6 or 5 for this race is closest to the rail your side. So they'll now line up in those positions. It may well prove important as to when they break, when the Derny moves away. It may well not, but it's one of those positions where you need to sort it out to make sure it's fair for everybody. The Derny is on for the first 5.5 laps, then it will trail away at 50 kilometres an hour for the men, slightly less for the women here today, and it will do so, and then battle will commence.
So the lineup for the women's keirin first round, first heat. Riders starting here for Australia: Stephanie Morton for Great Britain, Becky James for Mexico, Daniela Gaxiola for the Netherlands, Shani Brashpenik, and for the Ukraine, Alina Sos. I just need to tidy up the information we gave you about the sprint competition a few moments ago, because I can tell you there's been a relegation for the rider Niederlag of Germany. So Dmitriev will be the rider who progresses to the quarter-finals.
Away we go, and this first heat containing Becky James of Great Britain, the reigning world champion. But it's Stephanie Morton that positions herself right behind that little Derny bike for the start. Representing the Netherlands, we have Shani Brashpenik, 22 years of age. National champion of her country. From Mexico, third in line, we've got Daniela Gaxiola. And just completing the lineup, Olina Chos of Ukraine. First 2 riders in each heat will qualify into the second round, and the remainder will go into the first round repechage. Unlike the men's keirin, the maximum speed here, not as quick. The men go to 50 kilometres an hour, and the women 45. Drone of the engine just starting to lift, always the indication, of course, that the speed is getting higher. 4 to go. Look for the rejigging of the formation once that little Derny bike drops into the well of the track. We'll lose it next lap. Becky James has just come back from Japan, where she was on a 6-week tour there on the keirin circuit. She was telling me it was a great experience. They're big tracks over there in Japan, of course. They're outdoor, 400 metres, and it's a human pace, a totally different discipline to this. So we lose the pacing bike. Morton is at the front from Australia, coming up to the line with 2 to go. An immediate reaction then from James, the world champion from Great Britain. James wants to win this, believe me. And it's James right at the front. Coming up to the line, it'll be the bell lap. 1 to go. James leading. Morton of Australia currently second, being pressurised there by Brashpenik of the Netherlands. Also trying to come through is Chos of Ukraine. But it's a Commonwealth brace of riders that lead the charge for the line here. It is victory on the line then for the world champion James, and second from Australia, Stephanie Morton. Big screen shows just how tight it was on the line, but James clinches the victory.
So the next heat, heat 2 of the 3 that make up this first round of the women's keirin. The lineup for this one, representing Cyclo Channel Tokyo from Japan, is Kayono Maeda. From France, Sandy Clare. From Hong Kong, YG Lee. From Russia, Olga Streltsova. From Venezuela, Gladimar Tapia. And from the YSD track team in Malaysia, Fatia Mustafa.
Heat 2 gets underway. The lineup confirmed on the board as called by Carl. Now then, Sandy Clare in here is probably the most experienced in the lineup. But it's her French teammate Clara Sanchez that's been the most successful over the years in the keirin. And been a world champion on 2 occasions and a silver medal winner also twice. So from the front, it's Maeda from Japan, 22 years of age, in her trade team strip. Then second place from France, Sandy Clare. Coming further down the line, we've got Mustafa in her trade team jersey as well from Venezuela. From Malaysia. Fourth from Russia is Tapia. In fact, Streltsova, my apologies, Streltsova from Russia. In fact, right at the back is Lee YC from Hong Kong. Current world champion then Lee YC for the 500 metre time trial. She's right at the back. You will see the helmet selection here. They're more round and protective on the head. The helmet that you see when they go for a time, for instance in the 200 metre time trial, which of course is aerodynamically shaped with a point at the back, they're only allowed to use that when it's against the clock. You can't use that in competition. That's why the choice of helmet is different. Losing the bike this time. 6 up heat this one. Just waiting for the first move of any significance. And waiting to see who's going to join Morton and James from heat number 1. One to go. Still all to sort out. Look at this as they all mass off the banking coming up to the finishing straight. Looks like it's going to go to Sandy Clare of France. Oh, it was tight. Sandy Clare of France taking that from Fatia Mustafa from Malaysia. And those two will continue into the next round.
So we have another heat of the women's Keirin first round to come, but keep your tweets coming in. Thank you very much to Liam, who has tweeted at Track World Cup to say, why don't these cyclists wear the pointy helmets in every event? Hashtag TWC, that's what you need to do to get your tweet up on the big screen. Lots of different types of helmets, Hugh and Carl. As you mentioned, the pointy ones, we have the sprint ones, and we sometimes see normal road ones as well. What's the difference? Could you help?
Well, Hugh, yes, as Hugh just mentioned during his commentary, the difference in the type of helmet regarding the type of event that's worn on the track all have to be of the required safety standard, however, but the pointed helmets give a more aerodynamic advantage, but the rounded helmets the sprinters are wearing here in the Keirin give a arguably safer type of helmet. So we bring you to the track now, the third and final heat of this women's Keirin first round. The riders lining up for this one. From China is Zhumi Li, for Spain Helena Casas, for Germany Christina Vogel, for JCO AIS Australia Anna Mears, from the Reano de Navegar team from Spain is Mar Manrique, and finally from Petro Holding Leningrad Elena Brezhneva.
Anna Mears wants that position behind the Derny. She certainly made her intentions known there, and she's got it. Mears, the world champion for the Keirin in 2011 and 2012. And just behind Mears is Christina Vogel, who's got 2 gold medals so far to her credit from the competitions here at the World Cup, having been a member of the team sprint team that clinched top podium position on day one, and then she tidied up the women's sprint yesterday. So she's aiming for a full house here of the sprint disciplines. That's Vogel sitting second wheel behind Mears. Third in line from Spain is Casas. Coming round in fourth position here behind Casas is Brezhneva, riding for her trade team. Brezhneva, the Russian, was silver medal winner in the under-23 sprint competition in 2012. So we're looking for the 2 that are going to join Morton and James from Heat 1, Claire and Mustafa from Heat 2. It's going to be this time. Mears still at the front, looking over the shoulder to see whether anybody's going to join her. Just a little bit of daylight between her and Vogel of Germany at the head of the string, but Mears continues then to lift the tempo here at the front. Casas of Spain makes the first move, and Vogel sits third wheel at the moment. It'll be the bell this time. It's still Mears leading, who's just starting to find a little bit of form here after a season out due to celebrations for her Olympic achievements. Mears on the inside then, now under pressure. Vogel beginning to take over the pace setting, and it's Vogel that looks set to get the victory here. Brezhneva is in second place. Vogel coming up to the line and wins the heat quite comfortably. Second, it's Brezhneva of Russia. Those 2 go through by right.
So just confirmation of those riders through to the next round of the women's keirin. Stephanie Morton and Rebecca James, Sandy Clare and Fatia Mustafa, and Christina Vogel and Elena Brezhneva. Those losing riders we'll see again in the first round repechage. So we move now to the men's sprint quarter-finals, and the first match of this will be, this is best of three by the way I should say, so we've got match sprinting now, and the riders taking the start in the first one are Robert Forstermann of Germany, who'll start on the outside, and his opponent from Russia, following the relegation of Max Niederlag in that eighth final heat, will be Denis Dmitriev of Russia.
So as Carl said, it's the best of three at this stage. Dmitriev at the front, the European champion. Going to make the first move. Always good to get race one under your belt. Psychologically can affect your opponent, of course, when you come out for the second of the confrontations. Dmitriev leading off. Look for the explosive power of Forstermann. Here he comes, the German, who is the #1 seed, starting to go past Dmitriev already. But Dmitriev's got the shorter run to the line, but it's not going to help him. Forstermann wins race one.
So the riders coming to the track now for heat number 2. Remember, just the winner of each of these heats will qualify for the semi-finals. The losers will ride out for 5th to 8th place later. The riders in heat number 2. Starting on the inside, representing the Czech Republic, is Adam Potachnik, and his opponent on the outside, the sole representative of Great Britain in this competition, Matthew Crampton.
Potachnik just rolling away here then to lead the early stages of Heat 2, this quarter-final stage, match 1. Well, still no standstills at this stage of the spring competition. Looks like Crampton's just teeing himself up for a tilt at a place in the quarters by leading out Potachnik here, or the semis I should say. Crampton prepared to take this one on from the front. He's going for a long one. It's an early strike for home. The complete lap, and Crampton at the moment looks good. Now then, can he hold off the challenge of Potachnik down the finishing straight? He can. Race 1 goes to Matt Crampton of Great Britain. Images on the big screen show the commitment for Crampton. He went with over a lap to go, but brimming over with confidence here, the local boy. And Potachnik, try as he may, he couldn't get past. So Crampton wins race 1.
Introducing now the riders for heat number 3 in these men's sprints quarter-finals. And taking a position at the top of the track is the rider from Trinidad, Nijan Philippe, and his opponent, occupying the lower position in the colours of France, Michael Dalmeida.
This brings together the 3rd and 6th seeded riders after the 200-metre time trial. Jean-Philippe was 3rd on 9.936. Gold medal winner in the Pan American Sprint competition in 2012. Jean-Philippe of Trinidad. And Delmeida, a world team sprint champion back in 2011 when he was part of the squad with Siro and Bourget. So both two very quick riders here. Still Delmeida of France, prepared to lead this one out. Trinidadian has looked good, I must admit, in the early stages of this competition. He was very sharp in the keirin as well. But it's Delmeida that takes it on at the front, representing France. Now here comes the attack then from Philippe of Trinidad. Can he get round? Going to be tight down the finishing straight, coming up to the line. Yes, I think he just did it. That final lunge for the line just about sealed the victory. It's going to be a photo finish. And when we look up on the big screen, we may just see what the margin is, but the computer is showing the cross against Najam Philippe of Trinidad as the winner of race 1. It was tight, and it was that final lunge for the line that sealed the victory. The Frenchman did everything right. Textbook approach from Delmeida as he manoeuvred the Trinidadian into the position he felt that was best for him. But it was that concluding lunge for the line that sealed the victory. I just see that again on the big screen, worth looking at.
So the fourth and final quarter-final heat being assembled on the start line now, the rider on the outside. Just adjusting the helmet is the rider from Jayco AIS Australia, Shane Perkins, and his opponent also from Australia, riding the Australian colours, is Matthew Gleitster, and Gleitster is on the lower position on the start line.
So the All-Australian clash to decide the fourth heat here in the men's quarterfinals. Gleitzer at the front, and Perkins, the Commonwealth Games gold medalist from New Delhi in his trade team colours, sitting second wheel. That just highlights my earlier comment about sprinters. Gleitzer has not looked forward once yet. He's ridden nearly a complete lap looking backwards, going forwards. That is a very, very highly commendable skill. Still he looks backwards, going forwards. You try and do that, you'd soon lose your line. So he's happy with the situation, and it looks like Gleitzer then of Australia is prepared to lead out Perkins, his fellow countryman, for a lap and a quarter here, coming up to the line. And it's Gleitzer then through the 200-metre mark, but here comes the challenge from Perkins. Perkins, the stronger and more experienced of the two Australian sprinters here, coming up onto the side of Gleitzer, and he does it on the line. So Perkins wins heat 1 of heat 4, race 1 I should say, to well, draw first blood, and a lot of confidence ready for the second race in the quarters.
So we're now in the quarterfinals of the B sprint. This is for ultimately deciding the places 9th downwards in the overall sprint classification. And the riders coming to the start line here. Lining up first, number 160, Maximilian Levy of the German trade team Erdgas 2012. And his opponent, the rider who suffered a relegation in his battle with Denis Dimitriev earlier, he crossed the line first but was relegated for failing to hold his line in the final sprint. So he finds himself in the B sprint. Also from Germany, Max Niederlag. Niederlag on the outside and Levy on the inside.
Well, a different anomaly here with the B sprint. Unlike the open qualification sprinters you've just seen, who get 3 bites of the cherry, here it's just sudden death. So whoever wins this goes into the semi-final of this B sprint competition. And Niederlag finds himself in this race because of the relegation from his victory over Dmitriev of Russia. He was perceived to have taken the line away from Dmitriev, so he was relegated, and that's why he's here in the B competition. That's Niederleg, who is sitting in second position at the moment. Levy it is then at the front. Niederleg looking for the inside. He almost went for it, didn't he? But Levy realised what was happening and just actually flicked the bike to stop the intentions of Niederleg. So now then Niederleg's going to have to come all the way round. They're still both high on the track. Now they'll dive into the well for the run to the line. Is it going to be Levy or Niederleg up to the line? Well, it is Levy that takes it. Maximilian Levy goes into the semi-finals.
So the second quarter-final in the B sprint, riders contesting this one from Jayco AIS is Peter Lewis, and the man who arrives at the line second on the outside position, well, this is Edward Dawkins, who of course took that tumble in the match with the Potachnik of the Czech Republic, and having judged to have been at fault, finds himself in the quarter-finals for the B sprint. So Dawkins on the outside, Lewis on the inside.
Could ask the question, haven't you, whether the crash is going to unnerve Dawkins. They're pretty tough characters, these sprinters, but he certainly went down very heavily. The Kiwi, who's in second position at the moment. And Peter Lewis, the Australian, riding in his trade team colours of Jayco AIS. Pale blue with just a little flash of red there at the front. Well, Dawkins looks as though he wants the inside position, setting himself up then for a run into the Sprinters Channel, but it didn't happen because Lewis closed the door. Now then, Dawkins going to come the long way round and get in front of Lewis, but Lewis at the moment still showing greater strength, and oh, he nearly took his wheel away there. He entered the sprinter's line. Now, was Lewis still in that sprinter's line? It'll be a tight call, that. The corner judge will look at it. Dawkins crossed the line first. That will be discussed and we'll be made aware of it. The computer is showing Dawkins as the winner. Are we going to hear more about that? It was very close, wasn't it? No doubt Carl, if he gets advised, will announce it. Question you've got to ask yourself is, did Dawkins enter that sprinter's line before Lewis had left it? It was a tight call, but he almost took Lewis's wheel away, and that might be perceived to be dangerous riding. We are waiting to hear. At the moment, it's showing that Dawkins is the winner.
So heat number 3 of the men's quarterfinals in the B sprint. And for Rus Velo, arriving at the line on the inside position is Valentin Savitsky. And his opponent from Cyclo Channel Tokyo, starting on the outside, Sachiro Nakagawa.
Savitsky at the front, who must lead for the first half lap unless Nakagawa decides that he wants to go past him. Well, Nakagawa giving himself quite a big window here to work in. You can't afford to let your opponent go too far away, otherwise it becomes an impossible task to close down. They do give themselves a little bit of space so that they can aim at the wheel, which is an incentive for lifting the tempo, but both pretty evenly matched here and high on the track as they're looking for the line and the final lap. Still, Savitsky then of Russia at the front, and Nakagawa still trying to get round, but the big fella from Russia pushing him all over the track here. Now he settles down to the drive for the line. Here he comes. This is Savitsky of Russia taking that on the line to move into the semi-finals. Certainly used the track.
So the final quarter-final in the B sprint, the two riders contesting this one will be the rider from Spain who will take the outside position, Juan Peralta, and his opponent from Venezuela, just arriving on the start line, is Hassani Canalan.
Canelon just on the inside, and as I speak, his position has been taken away from him by Peralta. And now once again they reverse. Certainly tying the knot, these two, aren't they? One gets the inside, then surrenders it to the other, but it's Peralta of Spain that's going to lead it out, so the early encounters have given the lead in the contest to Peralta of Spain. Now then, here comes Canelon, bronze medal winner in the Keirin last night, but he's going to be stretched here to get round Peralta. Peralta will take it. Yeah, Peralta wins the 4th heat here in the quarterfinals of the B sprint.
So the winners of each of those heats progressing to the next stage of the B sprint, which will be the semi-finals, coming up a little bit later in this morning's programme. So we're at the first round repechage stage, the second chance opportunity for those riders beaten in the first round in the women's Keirin. And the first heat with 5 riders taking to the start line. From Cyclo Channel Tokyo, Kayona Maeda. From China, Zhumi Li. From the Renault de Navarre team of Spain, Mar Manrique. From Russia, Olga Stretslova. And from the Ukraine, Alina Sosos. That's the lineup for the first repechage heat of the women's Keirin.
First 3 riders in each of these repechage heats will qualify into the second round. So the exercise here, a culling exercise, just to lose 2. Just behind that little pacing bike is Maeda of Japan. Then it's Streltsova of Russia, followed by Sos of Ukraine. And then it's Shumai Li of China. And then just completing the lineup at the back in trade team colours is Manrique to complete the lineup here of 5. Five to go. Pace now almost at its maximum for the Durney machine. And nobody is allowed, of course, to pass that motorised bike at the front until it drops off the track. Coming up to the line, 2 to go, and the sort out is now beginning to unfold here. Maeda on the front from Japan. Maeda still leading, but here comes the challenge from Ukraine, Sos, and the rider from China as well, Shumai Li, is up there in third place. Remember, the first three will go through. Streltsova of Russia's trying to get involved on the outside, and she may just have done it. Rider from Ukraine takes it, and that was Sos, followed by Li of China, and the late run to the line by Streltsova of Russia qualifies her as well. So those three will move in to the second round of the competition.
So the second heat of this first round repechage, again the first three riders across the line will progress to the second round. The lineup here, 6 riders taking the start. For Spain, Helena Casas. For Hong Kong, YG Li. For the Jayco AIS trade team from Australia, Anna Mears. From Mexico, Daniela Gaxiola. From the Netherlands, Shana Brashpenik. And from Venezuela, Vladimir Tapia.
So one more in this heat then than the previous one. And it's the rider from Spain that assumes the front position. This is Helena Casas. Tapia of Venezuela in second position, and third from Mexico it's Gaxiola. Then Li YC from Hong Kong. Last but one position, Brashpenik of the Netherlands, and right at the back, strange to see her actually in the repechage, and that's Anna Mears, twice the world champion. But she is on a comeback programme after taking a season out since the London Olympics. Obviously still got a lot of speed in those legs, Anna Mears. She posted the quickest time in qualification of the 200 metres for the sprint, although had to settle for the 4th position at the end of the competition. 4 more to go. We're going to lose that little bike then in the back straight this time. And it's still Casas of Spain that leads the string. But there is a movement already with Brashpenik of the Netherlands coming over the top into the front position. So it's the competitor from Holland now that leads. Second place is Casas of Spain. And third, looking across the shoulder, is Tapia of Venezuela. Trying to come down the inside is Lee YC from Hong Kong, but I'm afraid the door's closed. There's nowhere to go there. As they come up to the line, bell lap, final lap then. And Anna Mears is now coming down the outside. The Australian using her experience to good effect and her speed, and Mears has moved up into third position as they come to the line. This is the run for the line. Braspenix of the Netherlands, but Mears takes it, and Casas second, and third, well, it might have been Lee YC with a late run to the line. I'll confirm that too in a moment, but it was Anna Mears that clinched the heat. And that means that she goes through to the second round. So Mears had to work hard there, coming along the outside. Yeah, the rider from Hong Kong then, Lee YC, with that late run, did clinch the third spot. Mears winning from Casas of Spain, and Lee YC third. They'll go into the second round.
Well, the tweet at Track World Cup with your Track World Cup pictures and updates using hashtag TWC, and we'll share the best ones on the British Cycling Live blog, and we're about to find out more about that. So we return to the men's sprint quarter-finals. This is the best of three, of course, and heat number one. Robert Forstermann of Germany, who takes the inside position on this occasion, is matched up against Denis Dmitriev of Russia, and it was Forstermann who took first honours by winning match number one.
A little bit of a mountain to climb here then for Dmitriev. Taking on the number one seed, Forstermann. who is oozing strength and power and confidence. A muscly German then at the front. And the European champion, well, with a steep climb here ahead of him. He needs to take this then to force the competition to a decider. You may recall my commentary earlier when I said that this scenario that's unfolding before your eyes now is the perfect scenario for Forsterman. He once did this to Chris Hoy and stalled him all the way around the track to virtually the last lap and then jumped. And of course Chris couldn't get on terms with him because the big asset for the German is his powerful explosion up to top speed with a injection of pace from all that muscle that he packs. That's why he'll be happy to make this as late as possible for the full commitment. It will suit him very, very sweetly. Forsterman at the front. Yep, here he goes. He still hasn't fully ignited the burners. Getting towards it now. Now he's going to commit himself. Dmitriev riding very, very smartly there, trying to get a little bit more height, but he's not going to challenge the German. Forsterman takes it with ease and punches the air and says, OK, that's a victory for me, mate. 2-0. So Forsterman goes in to the semi-finals.
So the second quarter-final heat, and lining up for the start here, representing Great Britain, is Matthew Crampton. And his opponent, who will take the higher position on the track, Adam Potachnik of the Czech Republic. Now, Crampton it was who won the first match.
Crampton very tactically astute in race one, that eventually resulted in the victory for him. Now he needs to replicate that performance here now in race two. Tenth seed after the time trial. And if all the seeds qualify through here, including Crampton, it means he will meet Forsterman in the semi-final. Happy with the quicker lead out. Now it'd be nice if he could tuck this one under his belt and not have to go to three. Similar tactic to the first race. Crampton quite happy to lead it out all the way. Potachnik trying to go for a little bit of height there, but this is playing into the hands of Crampton nicely. Matt Crampton still leading comfortably. Crampton takes it 2-0 and goes into the semi-finals. A replication of his delivery in race one, and he profits from the same delivery and moves into the semi-final.
So the riders coming to the track now for the third of these quarter-final matches. And starting on the lower position in the red and black colours, representing Trinidad, is Nijan Philippe. Had a great turn of speed to win the first meeting between these two. So the man under pressure is the man on the outside. He needs to win this one to force a decider from France, Michael Dalmeida.
Was the lunge for the line that sealed the victory in race 1 for Philippe of Trinidad. That's how evenly matched they are. Nerve-jangling stuff, this, isn't it? Still haven't seen a standstill. That section of the track there, just as they're coming off the virage, is the most difficult part of the track to be able to stand still.
Insane, is that what you're saying?
Nijan Philippe at the front, but Dalmeida looked for the line underneath, and he momentarily took his concentration away, and that gave the Frenchman the sharp end of the contest here. Now then, is he going to maintain this? This is exactly the same as the first race when Nijan Philippe lunged for the line and got the better of Dalmeida. Look at the speed of the Trinidadian here in the red. He wants a place in the semi-final, and is he going to get it? I would say yes. Oh yes, he takes it on the line. Nijan Philippe hits the line and wins 2-0 straight into the semi-final.
Well, here we've been corrected by our friends from Trinidad. The correct pronunciation for the rider who's just taken the victory, their first name is Nijan Philippe. So apologies to him for mispronouncing it. Nijan Philippe is the way the name is pronounced. So he is the winner of heat number 3. So coming to the track now, heat number 4, and taking the start here will be Matthew Glaister of Australia. He'll start on the outside in the white, yellow and green colours, and the man who took the first match from him is his fellow countryman riding on the Jayco AIS trade team, Shane Perkins.
Heat 4, race 2 in the men's quarterfinals underway. Perkins then, the winner of the first encounter. So already through, we've got Forsterman, Crampton and Nijan Philippe of Trinidad. Oh, Glaitzer fancies his chances here for the long one. He used the height then to just get the front position. Hasn't committed himself totally, but now he's going to go for it. Now Perkins then with the work to do to come up to the wheel of his teammate Glaitzer and to try and get past him. This is where all the power and strength begins to reflect. Shoulder to shoulder down the finishing straight. It's going to be tight on the line, but Perkins looks as though he got it. We'll take a look at the screen. Hopefully we may just see that confirmed, what the difference was. Perkins clenches his fist and raises his arm to the crowd as much as to say, yep, that's the victory salute. And Gleitzer, his teammate, acknowledges the victor. So Perkins wins 2-0 straight. And that's tidied up the quarterfinals then of the men's sprint competition.
Indeed it has. Robert Forsterman, Matthew Crampton, Nisane Philippe and Shane Perkins are the riders who progress through to the quarterfinals of the sprints. The losers will contest a 5th to 8th place minor final. So we move now to the B sprint competition. This is essentially the battle for places 9 through to 12. And the riders taking the start here in the first of 2 semi-finals. On the outside, just thumping the chest there, Maximilian Levy of the Erdgas trade team from Germany. And his opponent from Spain on the inside is Juan Peralta. This is a straight ride, no match sprinting here. The winner will be in the battle for 9th and 10th place.
Well, this morning has almost been a seamless programme of sprinting, hasn't it, with the B-sprint competition and, of course, bringing the qualifiers through in the sprint to the semi-final stage. They will resume this afternoon. But the B-sprint competition will be tidied up in this morning's session. And as Carl rightly said, whoever wins from these 2 semis will be in the contest then to classify themselves 9th and 10th in their final. Peralta of Spain at the front. Quite a tall, rangy rider for a sprinter. Not too dissimilar to the endurance physique, but he's strong. Germany versus Spain. Peralta still at the front, and Levy trying to chase him down. Peralta taking it on. And he's got good leg speed here. Now then, here comes the challenge then from Levy. Can he do it down the finishing straight? Up to the line? Yes, he does. He cruises over the line, Levy, to go into the final of the B sprint.
So the second semi-final in the B sprint. Riders contesting this one. Starting in the uppermost position on the start line is Edward Dawkins of New Zealand in the black colours. And his opponent from the Russian trade team Rus Velo, who starts on the inside, Valentin Savitsky. The winner of this will meet Maximilian Levy in the ride for 9th and 10th place. The losers will contest 11th and 12th.
Well, you wait anxiously for the first one to make a move. Their reflexes, sprinters' reflexes, are so sharp. If your opponent blinked, you would almost think there would be a reaction from the other. Savitsky still at the front here. And right behind him, a crash victim, Dawkins. Oh, he's thrown himself on the floor. He turned his bike at such an acute angle that he just lost it completely, and down he went. Well, he really has had a very eventful sprint competition here. Dawkins going down, and he's disgusted with himself. What he did there is he turned his bike very sharply and then immediately lost his line. And Savitsky just rolling round, so no doubt they'll be called back to the line again for a restart.
Now, we have had a tweet in from Vicky. Thank you very much, Vicky. If you would like to tweet us, hashtag TWC is what you need to include on your tweet, and we'll get some up on the big screen. But meanwhile, we've had one from Vicky, which we won't show on the big screen because we need to show her something else. She says, "Where are the commentary team? They must have a great view." Well, I can show you. There they are, up in that box there. It is indeed a wonderful view, and both Hugh and Carl are calling the races from there. So as you can see, they are right by the start-finish line, and they will be able to tell you what happens next in this second semi-final in the men's Sprint B.
So back to the line. Edward Dawkins not having the best of days at the moment, but he's going to take up the challenge again. Valentin Savitsky on the outside, Dawkins on the inside. This the second semi-final in the B Sprint.
Well, poor old Edward Dawkins certainly having a very eventful sprint competition here. He was disgusted with himself there. What he did, he looked for the inside line, but he turned his bike too sharply, and of course he lost his line, and down he went right in front of the big crowd here in the finishing straight. So that's twice he's been down. Two to go. At stake, a place in the minor final to win the classification award of 9th in the competition. Dawkins just looking under his arms there to see where Savitsky is of Russia, and Dawkins is taking it on from the front. He's dismissed the problem that he fell, and now he's trying to hold off the challenge of Savitsky of Russia. Here comes the Russian up to the back wheel of the Kiwi. Can he get round down the finishing straight? No. Dawkins takes that one and moves into the B final. So he gets it right at long last.
So, at the conclusion of an eventful semi-final B, the riders who will contest the places for 9th and 10th are Maximilian Levy and Edward Dawkins, and 11th and 12th place will be between Juan Peralta and Valentin Savitsky.
So, I want to introduce you to the Newmans from Nottingham, who are easy to remember because they alliterate, which is rather helpful for me. The Newmans have come all the way from the East Midlands to watch some track cycling here at the Manchester Velodrome. I'm going to say hello to Daddy first, and that's Jason. Hello, Daddy.
Hi there.
Now, you come to track cycling often. Could you spread the good word to those people who are here for the first time? Why do you keep coming back?
It's just a great weekend away, non-stop excitement, and it's better than watching it on the TV.
That's for sure, that's for sure. HD everywhere right here. Could you introduce me to your daughter who's standing next to you?
Yes, this is Jasmine.
Hello, Jasmine. You having a good day?
Yes.
What are you looking forward to later? Anybody in particular?
Nothing really.
Nothing really. She's had too much excitement already. Would you like to tell me your sister's name?
Lauren.
Hello, Lauren.
Hello.
Who's your favourite rider?
Laura Trott.
Laura Trott. And guess what? It's like she's been primed because Laura Trott is about to go in the 5th event of 6 in the Omnium. Hello, Mummy. What's your name?
It's Kirsty.
Hello, Kirsty. Now tell me, how well do these two behave when they're sitting here watching the track cycling?
Very well indeed. Yeah.
Are they well behaved? Are they learning the trade?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you get the impression that they might be good on two wheels in the future?
Well, I'd like to think so.
Well, let's hope so. If these guys are inspired, you could be too as well. And if you would like one of these, this is the free gift you get. If you're already a British Cycling member, go along to the shop, which is at the top bend. Go and say hello. And if you've got a membership card, you'll be able to get a free gift, which is one of these. I've managed to get this from somebody else, but what I'm going to do, I was going to give it to Jasmine. There you go. She gets it for free. Go along, have a look. And if you'd like to join, you can do for £28.
So the 15 competitors who remain in the women's Omnium lining up now for the penultimate discipline, which is the scratch race. It'll be contested over 40 laps of the track. That's 10 kilometres of racing. The head of the Omnium table going into this penultimate heat is Gillian Carlton of Canada. She was race number 8. And Laura Trott of Great Britain, who we just heard is one of the favourites amongst our crowd. She's race number 17, lying 3rd at the moment.
So this the roll round, ready for the start of the 5th of the 6 elements of the women's Omnium competition. One more to come after this. That'll be the 500-metre time trial, the 2-lap test against the clock. But let's get this scratch race out of the way first. Just going through the standings. As Carl just briefly touched on, Carlton of Canada has had 2 wins so far. They came in the timed events, that's the flying lap and the individual pursuit. So her tally of points is 12, ahead of De Her of Belgium on 16. Laura Trott at the moment in the bronze medal position with 17 points. So this scratch race is going to be very important indeed. Wojtyra is the first attacker from Poland. Good move here by Wojtyra. Half a lap gained already. Nobody's interested at all. She's no danger at all in the overall positions in this Omnium. She's 12th after the 5 events. It's just the incentive of trying to win an individual discipline. She actually has already won a gold medal here at the World Cup by winning the scratch. But Laura Trott's gone away here. Look at this, Trott's on the attack. Great stuff. Laura Trott wants to try and win the scratch race. So Trotti, the Olympic champion, the current European champion and the former world champion, is on the attack, and it's De Her of Belgium that is, or was, just on the front of the peloton, but now it's Laura Trott with almost half a lap advantage. And the lap is going to be gained here then by Wojtyra of Poland. She's got the back of the peloton well and truly in her sights, and Trott is second on the road at the moment. Well, good developments here then in the early stages of the women's scratch race. Wojtyra's going to come up then. She's going to make the junction and gain the lap. So she is the outright leader of the scratch race. Laura Trott is next to try and achieve the same task. She will have the peloton in her sights. Yep, they're just about in her sights now. And it is the Canadian Carlton, leader of the Omnium, that's on the front of the peloton with no allies. But it's an attack immediately from the Mexican rider. The rider from Mexico, Ariola, comes to the front to try and whip up the pace. Trott still persisting here. Well, what an exciting start then to the scratch race. Normally they just roll around and we wait for the development, but it's happened straight away here because there's so much at stake. Trott realises if she can win this and just get the 1 point, she's going to narrow the margin on the Canadian. Legs just beginning to tie up a little bit now. It's hurting, but she's got the peloton in her sights. Edmondson of Australia comes to the front of the bunch. Big effort this then by Laura Trott. Crowd getting behind her. Competitor from France on the sharp end of the peloton at the moment. That's Berton, who now swings over. Slowly, she's chipping away at the distance that keeps her away from making the junction. Closer and closer now. Here comes Trott. What a courageous ride this is. Already then, Wojtyra of Poland has lapped the field, and now it's going to be Laura Trott. So, with 10 laps completed, Laura Trott picks up the lap and joins Wojtyra at the head of the scratch race. What a move. So she's obviously brimming over with confidence here then, Laura Trott, and that's going to do her a power of good with one discipline to go. 29 laps remaining. Olavarria of Spain near the front, and also the rider from Ukraine, and that's Solovay. And a lull in the action as expected, but as I speak, there's an attack immediately from Cucinotta of Italy, is it? No, it's not. It looks like Ariola of Mexico. It is. It's Ariola of Mexico trying to go away here. Now, Ariola is 7th overall in the Omnium at the moment with 33 points, but she's been pulled back immediately by the rider from USA, and that is Newell. Chose her moment well, didn't she, Trott? Wojtyra probably got the easier lap because the peloton were just dawdling around, but she had to work hard for it, Trott, but she achieved her aim. That was obviously a game plan that's been discussed by the coaches. And now it's put the overall leader, Carlton, on the back foot. So back to this pedestrian pace here, which is giving the two riders that have gained the lap an opportunity to get their second win. Wojtyra at the back and Trott in the wheels as well. We're on 24 laps to go, 6 more kilometres of racing. Well, Trott can't finish any lower than second in this scratch race with the lap gain, providing nobody else manages to achieve that. So that means if she just finished second and got 2 points, her tally would go up to 19. But then it all depends, of course, where De Her of Belgium and Carlton of Canada finishes. Tack off the front now from USA. This is Newell. Newell trying to go away. Got with her the rider from Japan, Tsuka Goshi, but they don't gain any ground. Again, Ariola tries to go for it. She's so effervescent, this Mexican. The move policed immediately by the Russian Balobolina. In the wheel of Ballobolina from Italy, it's Cucinotto. 21 to go, just over 5 kilometres. Playing nicely into the hands then of the two riders that have gained the lap. They're not being stretched at all. They can just take an armchair ride here in the wheels of the peloton. So we're through the midway point of the race, and we've got an attack on here then by the American. This is Newell, Elizabeth Newell, tapping out a nice rhythm here down the finishing straight. Areola of Mexico is forging the pace at the front, and Cucinotto of Italy as well. They don't want Newell to go away. 9th overall in the competition at the moment, Newell. 18 to go. Peloton sits up. And once again, it's Areola of Mexico that comes to the front, and in her wheel is Solovay of Ukraine. 4 kilometres remaining, 16 laps to go. Well, Trott at the moment hasn't won a discipline. Been 6th in the flying lap, 7th in the points race, and her last 2 outings she's finished in the runner-up position in the elimination and the individual pursuit, but she's certainly setting herself up nicely here. She's got to deal with Wojtyła of Poland, but she's got a better sprint than Wojtyła, so if those two shape up for the top spot, it could be Trott. If the bunch stays together and they don't come to the front, then it will be whoever finishes higher when they cross the line in the bunch that is the winner of the scratch race. We'll have to keep a sharp eye on that. Vigilance is the order of the day here then for Trott to make sure she's ahead of Wojtyła on the run for the line. 14 to go. Newell beginning to tie up a little bit here, and it's Areola that is pulling the long thin line along of the peloton, and they're closing down on the American. Three kilometres left, and she decides to swing up Newell. She knew she wasn't going to achieve her aim to try and get a lap to join the other two. And once again, they're all back together. So the peloton is complete with 11 laps to go when they arrive at the line this next time. So we don't start doing a bit of speculating before the 500-metre time trial. If Carlton was to win the bunch sprint here and get 3rd, that would take her points tally up to 15. And if Trott was to win, she'd get 1, so she would be 18. So would there be 3 between them? So it would all about the speed in the legs of Trott in the 500-metre time trial. But Carlton is also quick because she won the flying lap, the first discipline. So it's going to be a real nail-biter this to decide where the medals are going to go. We're inside 10 for this, the penultimate discipline, the scratch race. Well, everybody's keeping their powder dry here, aren't they, for the final lap, when the pace will certainly get licked up. Cucinotto of Italy just starting to come down the outside, and also the rider from Belarus, and that is Masjakovic. Wojtyla of Poland. He's starting to come down the inside here, and Trot's right in her wheel, so the two that have gained the lap are not far away, but Trot's been delayed by a rider ahead of her, and Wojtyla is trying to launch an attack here. The winner of the gold medal for the scratch race earlier in this World Cup. So it's Wojtyla of Poland, who is a lap ahead on the front at the moment. Further down the line, we've got Trot, who is literally stalking Edmondson, because Edmondson is another highly placed rider. Up in 6th position, 5 to go. Positioning here is so important. Now then, Wojtyla is now in the wheel of Trot, so keep an eye on those two. If it's a bunch sprint and they're in the middle, it's whoever finishes higher wins this. 4 to go. A real sense of urgency beginning to creep into this. A rider from Spain is on the inside, that's Olavarria. Trot is at the back, but she might be trying to give herself a clearer run. She's in the wheel of Wojtyla. Remember, those two are a lap ahead. Whoever finishes high will win the scratch race. Wojtyla of Poland and Trot on the outside. They are the leaders in the scratch race, and they're high on the track. Keep an eye on the front to see who's going to cross the line first, because whoever does, they will finish 3rd in the race, but it's the other two that it's between. And Trot is going strongly here. She's given Wojtyla the slip, so Trot's going to win the scratch race, no problem at all. Trot's coming up to the line ahead of Wojtyla. She'll win the scratch race. Oh, look at that for a blanket finish. Wojtyla is 2nd, Trot is 1st. And the blanket finish on the line to decide who was 3rd. Well, you tell me. It could be Cuccinotto of Italy. She was in the shake-up. And so were about 4 others. There was about the width of a tyre separating them. But it's all about where Carlton of Canada has finished that will decide the points going forward to the final discipline, which will be the 500-metre time trial. But Laura Trot picks up the 1 point there for winning the scratch race. The 2 goes to Wojtyla of Poland, and we're waiting to confirm 3rd place. Still waiting to confirm that 3rd spot, but I thought it was Cuccinotto of Italy. Might get a chance to see that on the big screen as they run to the line, but there's no mistaking the winner, Laura Trot, and what a bonus that is for her, and a morale booster with her 500-metre time trial to come, of which she is a very, very smart operator. Trot, such a favourite, moving right up there into the medal positions, but where is she going to finish at the end of the competition? There it is on the line. How close can that be? 2 almost dead heating in the lunch for the line for 3rd. And they are actually showing that 3rd place is Cuccinotto of Italy. So call correctly, Cuccinotto of Italy finishes 3rd.
Yes, you confirmation of that result. Laura Trot, the winner. Wojtyla of Poland, 2nd. The 2 riders, of course, who gained the lap in the early stages. Cuccinotto scores 3rd place and 3 points. And the leader of the Omnium, well, she only finished in 9th spot. That was Carlton of Canada. So we'll update you with the situation in the Omnium before we head into the final discipline, the time trial. And confirmed that that win by Laura Trot moves her to the top of the Omnium classification with 1 event to go. Trot on 18 points now. Carlton slips to 2nd on 21, level with De Hoeur of Belgium. And Edmondson of Australia is lying 4th with 23 points. So a buffer of 3 points now for Laura Trot at the top of the Omnium classification. So it's back to the men's B sprint. We're at the final stage here. This is decide the minor placings 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th. So the first heat is for that battle for 11th and 12th place, and the riders who'll be contesting this one, representing Spain, is Juan Peralta. He's in the predominantly red colours with the black stripe. On the inside position, on the rider who's drawn the outside spot from Rosvelo, is Valentin Savitsky. So the winner of this will be classified 11th and the loser 12th in the B sprint.
Certainly had a busy morning, these sprinters. Started off at 9 o'clock with that qualification time trial, and almost 1 o'clock now, so they've been on and off the track for 4 hours. Recovery tested to the limit. Looks like Peralta's going to lead this one out. And as I speak, the Russian looking for the inside position off the track there. That might be allowed to stand. We'll wait to see. But it was Savitsky that actually went on the Côte d'Azur there, which is not perceived to be the track, so we'll have to see whether that stands or not. And it is Savitsky that crosses the line first, thanks to that run on the inside down the finishing straight. So if that is allowed to stand, he will finish 11th in the competition.
So the second heat in this B sprint final is to classify the riders in 9th and 10th place in the sprint overall. And taking the start here, stretching his legs on the outside, is Maximilian Levy of the Erdgas 2012 trade team from Germany. And his opponent on the outside in the all-black colours, Edward Dawkins of New Zealand.
And if you think way back to the start of the time trial this morning, Dawkins actually was the second quickest with 9.871. And it's, of course, due to that relegation that he finds himself in this position of trying to finally be classified 9th in the sprint competition. First standstill we've had. And the aim of Levy there to stall the bike has been achieved, because it's forced Dawkins to the front to lead out. That's obviously the tactic he wanted. As they go into the back straight. Now then, can Levy overhaul Dawkins? Got a lap and a half then to find out. Dawkins, the man who's been on the deck twice, leading this one out. And can the German Levy challenge? Keirin specialist. Dawkins pretty powerful, I can tell you, at the front now then, trying to hold off the challenge here of Levy as they look for the line. Whoa, very close indeed, wasn't it? Looked like Dawkins got it from where I'm calling it from, but Levy is indicating that he was the man first over the line. It was very, very close. The margin of advantage must be minuscule for Levy, but he seems to think that he got it. That's the case. He finishes 9th in the competition, Dawkins 10th, and Dawkins actually acknowledges the fact that Levy is the winner. So Levy finishes 9th in the competition and Dawkins 10th. There's the difference on the big screen, and you can see very tight indeed, but Levy on the outside wins the clash.
Well, those B-Sprint finals classified the riders from 9th through to 12th place. The next event on the track is the minor final for places 5 through to 8. And there are 4 riders lining up for this one. On the inside of the track, Denis Dmitriev of Russia. For the Czech Republic, we have Adam Potachnik. Adjacent to him, from France, Michael Dalmeida. And the rider on the outside from Australia is Matthew Gleitzer.
Minor final rolls away. I say it every time, but it's worth repeating. Totally impossible tactically to control this. It's just like a little mini scratch race, isn't it, for the sprinters? But Gleitzer of Australia on the front, happy to lead. Potachnik sits second wheel. And third from Russia, Dmitriev, and the Frenchman at the back here, that's Dalmeida. Coming up to the line, 1 to go. Gleitzer still leading it out from Potachnik, and coming down the outside, it is Dmitriev. Dmitriev now trying to get up onto the shoulder of Gleitzer of Australia. The European champion then from Russia, trying to pressurise the Australian into second spot, but he doesn't. Gleitzer wins the minor final to finish 5th overall in the competition, and in 6th place it was Dmitriev.
Well, as you call it, Gleitzer taking 5th and Dmitriev 6th. Still a photo finish for 7th and 8th place between Potachnik and Dalmeida.
So that's it for now, ladies and gentlemen. You have a break. We get underway again at 2:30. You are very welcome to get a little bit of fresh air, just in case you're feeling the temperatures in here. I guarantee you it's very different outside. So stretch your legs, get yourselves some food. If you haven't yet visited the British Cycling Shop, go along and get your free gift if you're already a member, or sign up should you be inspired by what you've seen so far. We get underway again at 2:30 when the gold medals for the women's Omnium, the women's points, the women's Kirin, the men's scratch and the men's sprint will all be given out on this final afternoon of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester. We'll see you at 2:30.
Well, we hope you're enjoying the interval in the racing. We'll be resuming competition at 2:30, but just a reminder for you, if you are a British Cycling member and you're making your way along to the British Cycling shop in the hope of picking up one of the limited number of GB water bottles we had on offer. Unfortunately, such has been the success of the offer and so many people have been to the British Cycling shop over the last couple of days. Unfortunately, we now have run out of GB Cycling Team water bottles to give away. So we apologise for that. I hope you're not too disappointed. But I'm sure if you come along to the next event, which of course is the BMX Supercross in April, we'll have some more great giveaways for you. But no more GB team water bottles, unfortunately, available from British Cycling. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Cycling Union and British Cycling, welcome to the National Cycling Centre Manchester for Day 3 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Please be advised that flash photography is not permitted within the velodrome. As a courtesy to the athletes, please turn off the flash on your camera and your mobile phone. The velodrome wishes to provide all spectators with a clean and environmentally friendly venue. Please assist us by placing all rubbish and waste items in the bins provided. For your own safety and the safety of the athletes, please do not place items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. Thank you for being part of the UCI World Cup. Have a great day and enjoy the track cycling. The 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup would like to thank its official sponsors. TISO, official timekeeper of the Track Cycling World Cup and proud sponsor of the UCI events. British Cycling. Manchester City Council. UK Sport. Fiat. And Brother.
So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you are sufficiently refreshed. If you are just joining us, this is the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester, and welcome to the National Cycling Centre. You can take off your coats and probably another layer too. It's rather pleasant in here. I hope you agree. You will also be entertained royally for the next 3 hours or so. We get underway in our afternoon session at 2:30, so just over 20 minutes time, and we have 5 gold medals, the final 5 gold medals of this Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester to be given away. So that's to come in just a moment. You join us now by the New Zealand pen as final preparations go ahead for what is to come for them. You notice that there's a bike rail and as many bikes as you can possibly fit on, but because we're in the final session, we're down to 2. 5 gold medals, 2 bikes. It doesn't necessarily work out for Team New Zealand in terms of maths, but it might work out for them a little bit later as they contest those medals. You'll also notice that there's all sorts of mechanical importance. Look at that. There's gears upon gears upon gears down there. There's 100 different spanners. This is Track Centre. This is where a lot of activity takes place. And as the afternoon progresses, keep an eye, particularly between races, on what goes on down here. There will be almost as much to see. So we get underway at 2:30. Settle back. If you'd like to join the conversation, you can do via Twitter. Up on the big screen, we will have some tweets from you later on, and indeed any questions that you might have for our experts. A reminder of the hashtag, it's hashtag TWC, hashtag TWC. So send in your tweets and include that as well. There is also a live blog at British Cycling, all one word, at British Cycling, if you'd like to follow the live blog. Plenty of ways to stay in touch with us and what's going on the track. Clearly, it's not just about what's going on here in Manchester this weekend. There have been a whole host of important sporting events, and they continue even into this Sunday afternoon. Let's find out a little bit more about them. So welcome once again to the National Cycling Centre. This is a place which of course houses the British cycling team. Many names have been made and much of their training has been done here at the Manchester Velodrome. Will some of them be up on this rostrum later? Will some of them be on the podium? Will some of them have their photos taken by the phalanx of photographers that will greet the medal ceremonies later? These are set up for all the television cameras that will send the pictures all the way around the world. Although for some reason the best view in the house has gone to a yellow Fiat car, which is rather nice. The Fiat 500 Trekking gets to take all the best photos. Who will be next upon this podium? Crowned the World Cup leader and the gold medalist. We have 5 to give away later. We've had all sorts of interesting people tweeting us in, hashtag TWC. We've had Sarah Hammer, the Omnium World Champion, has been sending her regards over from America. And also this man, a man who has done so many great things to promote track cycling around the world. And of course, this was his day today. His 9 to 5 was right here in this Manchester Velodrome. Now he is retired, but Sir Chris Hoy is inspiring the next generation. So we've told you a little bit about Track Centre. The feature, really, and the main part of Track Centre is taken up by each individual pen that the teams are given. So you'll notice that this one is Ireland, and you'll see these are the bikes, these are the race bikes that are stacked up, ready to go. And clearly there are also road bikes and training bikes and warm-up bikes. One of these, and I don't know if you can pick it out, it's quite hard to see. I'll ask Steve, my cameraman. It's Martin Irvine's. He is a World Cup winner and, of course, a world champion. And it just so happens that he's standing here. I'm going to be very rude and interrupt. Thank you, sir. Do forgive me. Martin, ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Martin Irvine? How are you?
Good, yeah. Pretty tired, to be honest.
I was going to say, you've come back for more. You're a glutton for punishment, just watching everybody else suffer at the same time. Tell me about your plans for today.
It's I think my second outing in the World Championships jersey, so I'll try and race hard. Yeah.
How do you feel this year has gone? Because in particular, bearing in mind what happened in Minsk, you became a world champion. It must be great to be able to continue that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a groove, a good groove, so hopefully I can keep doing it. You know, yeah, doing what I love doing, so it's great.
And how much do you appreciate the crowd? I know they appreciate your efforts yesterday. How much do you appreciate them?
Yeah, it's an extra few watts when they're cheering you on. It definitely helps you in the last few laps. It's nice to get a cheer and you find a bit of extra power from somewhere else, so it's good. It's a nice buzz.
We wish you well for the rest of the World Cup, of course the World Championships as well. Martin was one of 6 gold medal winners last night. Let's review what happened on Saturday here in the Velodrome. It was a great night last night. We're expecting much of the same, and congratulations once again to Martin Irvine for his gold medal in the points race. Now, I want to introduce you to this countdown clock. We are just about 4 minutes away from getting underway. I know a lot of you will be very familiar with how this works, but for those of you who are new and might not have seen track cycling before, this clearly is a very, very crucial thing for the riders. They need to know when they're going, and it is one event particularly that we'll notice that this is going to be used in the 6th and final event in the Omnium, the 500-metre time trial. That's to come in just a moment. This is how it works. It counts down to 0, and there are beeps which help the riders understand when they're going to be getting off. So, I need you to make sure you are very quiet so that the riders can hear when it goes down to 0. So let's watch it go from 12 to 0 so you can understand how it works. This is how it happens. At 10, there's a beep, and then there's 5 more beeps down 5 through 0. So it goes to 0, it goes to green, off they go, and you make as much noise as you can, supporting every single rider that we have during that time trial. So we'll have a little practice, shall we? Stay nice and quiet, and then at 0, make some noise for me here in the velodrome. We'll put something up on the big screen to help remind you about the first part, and that is this. So you'll see the shush, and then the countdown timer will go. So if you're ready, at 0, I need to hear you very loudly. Are you ready? Make some noise! That's okay. I understand that this place can be a little bit noisier than that. I think we can get it really, really noisy. You are going to be watching the very best in the game. So let's appreciate that one more time, and let's see if we can get you louder and for longer. So one more time, you'll get the shush, then you'll get the countdown. I need to hear you at 0. Here we go. So for the final time, let's have the countdown. Are you ready? I need to hear you. I need to hear you loud and clear. Go! Make some noise! Keep it going! Keep it going! Louder! Louder! Keep it going! Look at the screen! How loud are you? Not loud enough! Need you up! Keep going! Keep going! Enjoy your cycling, ladies and gentlemen, you lucky, lucky things.
This is the men's sprint semi-finals, contested over the best of 3 matches. Starting on the outside, representing Germany, Robert Forstermann. And on the inside, representing Jayco AIS from Australia, Shane Perkins.
So the riders just rolling away here then for race 1 in the semi-final, best of 3 at this stage. Forstermann, the number 1 seed after the qualification time trial, covering the 200 metres in 9.7. And his opponent here, Shane Perkins, who was 5th seed after that time trial. Perkins, the current Commonwealth Games sprint champion. He won that gold medal in New Delhi. He's also been a silver medal winner in the World Championships. Forstermann, the man famous, of course, for those muscular legs, has been a world team sprint champion, and he's renowned for his explosive action, particularly if he can stall the race. But from what we've seen here in the prelims, Forstermann of Germany is in good form. But it's Perkins at the moment that's setting himself up to lead this one out. Well, look at the power of Forstermann. Perkins looked as though he was going to try and lead it out, but he's got no answer at all to the German. Robert Forstermann is cruising to the line to win race 1. No problem. Forstermann is the winner.
Heat 2 of the men's sprint semi-finals. Representing Great Britain and starting on the inside, Matthew Crampton. And his opponent from Trinidad, Nissan Philippe.
So Crampton facing the number 3 seed here, Nissan Philippe of Trinidad. The gold medal winner in the Central American Championships and a Pan American gold medalist in 2012. Crampton in good form in the 8th finals here of this competition. He impressed beating Peter Lewis of Australia. And then in the quarterfinals, he continued the good work. Crampton beating Potaknik of the Czech Republic. So the best of three here then in the semi-final. And this is race one. And at the moment, Crampton still happy to lead this out. Nisane Philip, very, very fast indeed. And Crampton is quite prepared to take this on from the front, and that's the way he's going to approach the race. He's going to go for the long one. This is exactly how he's won his way through to this stage of the competition. He's led on both occasions, but on this occasion it looks like Nisane Philip is going to close up on him. Nisane Philip down the finishing straight gets the better of him. The Trinidadian wins race one.
So the second semi-finals will happen in just a moment, but I want to introduce you to a man that many of you will know well, certainly because he doesn't live far away from here, but also because clearly he is the new president of the UCI. Mr. Brian Cookson is with me. Brian, welcome first of all. And yes, it's strange, isn't it? The first official global meeting that you have as UCI president is kind of in your backyard. It must be rather nice.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back here. It always is great to be here. It's brilliant to see a full house, and one of the things I've been saying over the last few months, if we can do with cycling what we've done in Great Britain, we can do it around the rest of the world as well.
It must be extraordinary. You clearly have watched so many British cyclists with one hat on, and now of course you have to look after the global element of the sport. Is it hard to let go sometimes?
Yes, I've got to be entirely neutral and independent now, so I don't care who wins as long as we have a great contest.
There were some limbs crossed, I promise you, but I won't tell you which ones. Brian, this is clearly a sport, particularly indoors here and outdoors as well, I know, but we are in the Velodrome, which is in rude health. What excites you about what's to come over the next few months?
Well, I think we're moving really strongly ahead now with the UCI. I've got a lot of work cut out to try and restore credibility. We've made some good progress already. But on the sporting front, we're into the winter season now with the cyclocross coming on strongly. And we've got some more World Cup track events and, of course, things like the Revolution. So lots and lots of good stuff to do. And, of course, we've got a brilliant Tour de France and a road season to look forward to next year with, of course, the Tour coming just over the Pennines into Yorkshire. That'll be fantastic.
Yes, that's not far away at all, is it? And I suppose the final point I'd make is you mentioned the full house here. We are used to it, the London Olympics as well in Britain. How much do the riders, how much the UCI appreciate, how much support this crowd can give them?
Well, the crowd support is absolutely brilliant, and Manchester and all of the British venues are always excellent from this point of view. Crowds like to see home riders doing well, and I'm sure that's happening again this weekend. But I think, there's a lesson here. If we can do this in Great Britain, it can be done in many other countries as well, and that's the thing that I want to take through to the UCI.
Well, we're very, very grateful for you giving us some time out of your busy day. Ladies and gentlemen, the UCI president, the new UCI president, Mr. Brian Cookson.
This is the Women's Omnium Time Trial, the final element of the Women's Omnium competition. First to go, a solo ride in the home straight for the rider from Japan, Sakura Tsushigoshi.
Tsugoshi of Japan then, the first to go in the 2-lap test against the clock. 82 points she scored over the 5 events. Best position coming in the flying lap time trial on day 1. So Tsugoshi will set the benchmark here. A lone ride for her due to the retirement of Trebeti of Lithuania. Split time 20.668 for Tsugoshi. Now coming off the banking and lining up for the run to the line, the Japanese competitor Tsugoshi finishes in 36.686.
This is Heat 2 of the 8 heats that make up this competition. Starting in the home straight, representing Belarus, Volha Maziakovic. And in the back straight, representing Hong Kong, Zhai Jiao.
Maziakovic of Belarus starting in the home straight, and Jiao starting in the back straight. Just 2 points between them after the 5 disciplines, with Maziakovic lying 13th higher in the positions. So both riders now settling down to the task in hand as they come up to their lines and the split at the halfway point. Better start by the back straight. So the current leader is Jiao from Hong Kong, 22.096 her split time. Not as quick as the Japanese competitor in Heat 1. On their way back now to their original starting stations. This is Heat 2 coming to a conclusion. And the fastest there, the time shown by Jiao of Hong Kong, 38.106. Second quickest, third is Maziakovic of Belarus.
Introducing the riders for Heat 3. Starting in the home straight, representing Poland, Małgorzata Wojtara. In the back straight, representing the United States of America, Elizabeth Newell.
Wojtyła from Poland in the home straight and Newell of USA in the back straight. Wojtyła of Poland currently 11th in the competition. 1 place lower is Newell. 1 point separating the two after the opening 5 disciplines. Good ride in the scratch race earlier today by Wojtyła of Poland when she finished second to trot, and she's leading here in the early stages, and she goes through in 21.279, the second quickest for the opening lap. Only Tsukagoshi of Japan faster into the concluding half lap here now for the 500 metre time trial, and it's going to be Wojtyła of Poland that takes it, and her time 36.795, the second quickest of the series so far. Newell's time 38.017, she is the third.
Introducing the riders for heat number 4. Starting in the home straight, representing the Ukraine, Gana Solovey. And in the back straight, representing Russia, Tamara Balabalina.
Solovey from Ukraine starting in the home straight, 9th in the standings at the moment, representing the representative of Russia, Balabalina. Just 3 points between them in the competition. Solovey of Ukraine on 46. Now coming back to the original starting station, fastest opening lap, Tsukagoshi of Japan on 20.668. But now then, Balabalina of Russia has just recorded the quickest opening loop here, and she's looking good. Balabalina on her way round to what could be the new leading time. Looking for the line now. Here she comes. Balabalina stops the clock at 35.763, the new leader of the 500 metre time trial, and the time for Solovey is 36.994, 4th place for her.
Introducing the riders for heat 5. Starting in the home straight, representing Mexico, Sofia Areola. And in the back straight, from Italy, Annalisa Cucinotta.
Areola in the home straight, 7th in the standings, and Cucinotta of Italy 8th, just 1 point between them. Cucinotta had a good ride in the scratch race earlier today when she finished a third, and she's made a good start here, the Italian. On the way round now to the original starting stations. Cucinotta well in charge of this at the moment, and that's the third quickest opening lap by the Italian, 20.834. So just half a lap to go then to tidy up this fifth heat of the 500-metre time trial, the concluding discipline in the women's Omnium. Cucinotta of Italy is going to win it. She does win it in 36.671. That's the second quickest time so far. And the 8th place for Ariola, still with the quickest time though, is Balobolina of Russia.
Introducing the riders for Heat 6. Starting in the home straight, representing France, Laurie Berthon. And starting in the back straight, representing Spain, Liri Olaberria.
So Berthon of France starting in the home straight, Olaberria for Spain in the back straight. Now then, Berthon of France, 24 points, is 5th in the standings at the moment, so she's within touching distance of a podium position. Olaberria has 27 points. Olaberria of Spain, who got a bronze medal in Beijing in the Olympics for the points race, but at the moment she's under the cosh here. It's Berthon of France that's leading, 20.482 the split time for the opening lap for the Frenchwoman, who is currently 5th in the standings overall. Good time required by her here. Let's see what she stops the clock at. Berthon comes through to stop the clock with a time of 35.601 to give her the lead at the current stage of the competition. For Olaberria, she goes 3rd.
Introducing the riders for Heat 7. Starting in the home straight, representing Belgium, Jolien Deheu. And starting in the back straight, representing Australia, Annette Edmondson.
Jolyon de Hare in the home straight from Belgium, currently third in the competition, and Annette Edmondson of Australia fourth. Now there's 2 points between these two. They've just seen Berton of France post a very good time. So this is the situation that's going to rejig the positions of the medals. Now we're right at the business end of this contest. Coming up to complete the opening lap, it's Edmondson that goes through in 20.757, fourth quickest time, shy of the time of the French woman. So if Edmondson cannot pick up time here, Berton could go over the top of her and line up for the bronze. Let's have a look. Edmondson finishes in 35.781. That is the third fastest time so far. And for her opponent from Belgium, de Hare, her time 36.195 is the fifth. So it really is hanging in the balance now. One heat to go.
Introducing the riders for the 8th and final heat. Starting in the home straight, the Olympic Omnium champion representing Great Britain, Laura Trott. In the back straight, representing Canada, Gillian Carlton.
So this to decide the destiny of the gold medal. Laura Trott's got 18 points and Gillian Carlton of Canada has got 21. Carlton has won 2 disciplines and Trott has won 1. Great start by Laura Trott. Opening half lap, she's quicker than Carlton. Coming up to complete the first 250 metres. Oh, it's close, but Trott is the quicker. 20.191, the fastest of the whole series so far. And Trott is absolutely flying around the track. She wants this gold medal. The Olympic champion, the European champion. Here comes Trott up to the line. Trott finishes in a time of 35.331 to win the 500 metre time trial, and Laura Trott is the winner of the gold medal here at the World Cup for the Omnium.
So confirmation of the medal winners. The bronze medal is taken by Laurent Berthon of France. The silver medal is taken by Gillian Carlton of Canada. But the gold medal goes to Laura Trott of Great Britain. These are the second semi-final matches in the men's sprint. Heat 1, starting on the outside, representing Jayco AIS, Shane Perkins. Starting on the inside, the winner of the first match from Germany, Robert Forstermann.
So all to do then for Shane Perkins of Australia, the Commonwealth champion. Well, the first decision has been made by the Australian. He doesn't want to ride in the second position. Forstermann was on a bound to ride for the first half a lap unless his opponent wanted to take the front position, and he clearly did. So Perkins assumes the front spot here. 26 years of age then, the Australian, whose father actually won a bronze in the Commonwealth Games sprint in Kingston, Jamaica back in 1966. Perkins then, a man who's been on the podium at the World Sprint Championships when he got the silver, versus the powerhouse himself, and this is Robert Forstermann of Germany. Perkins decided he's going to take this one on from the front and force Forstermann then to have to work hard for 2 laps, hoping that those big legs may just buckle. Now then, into the bank in here. Perkins still with a good advantage, but here comes Forstermann. Can he do it on the line? Oh no, Forstermann does it. So the acceleration then of Robert Forstermann wins race 2, and he goes into the final.
So match 2 of Heat 2 of the men's sprint semi-finals, starting on the outside, representing Great Britain, Matthew Crampton. And on the inside, the winner of the first match from Trinidad, Nisane Philippe.
Matt Crampton faced with the same problem here as Shane Perkins had in race 1. He's got to work out a tactical move here to try and outwit the Trinidadian Nisane Philippe to take it to a decider. Well, you could hear a pin drop, couldn't you? The tension. It's indicative of sprinting this. Each rider trying to outwit the other, trying to find the better position before they decide they're going to deliver and ratchet up the acceleration. 2 to go, still waiting for any indication of pace increase, and it's starting now. Nissan Philippe of Trinidad at the front, deciding now to start to wind this one up. Now then, what can Matt Crampton offer? Crampton then with everything to do, looking for the path down the outside. Now then, can Crampton get in front of Nissan Philippe? Well, the first encounter is no. Look at this, shoulder to shoulder, a battle of strength for these two men, but it's Philippe of Trinidad that's the stronger. Philippe of Trinidad wins race 2 and moves into the final.
So confirmation that the gold and silver medals will be contested by Robert Forstermann of Germany and Nissan Philippe of Trinidad, and the bronze medal will be run off between Shane Perkins of Jayco AIS and Matthew Crampton of Great Britain. So just moments away from our first victory ceremony of the afternoon, which will be for the Women's Omnium. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Women's Omnium. The medals and the UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Laurie Berthon. Winner of the silver medal, representing Canada, Gillian Carlton. Women's Omnium gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Great Britain, Laura Trott. The flowers will be presented by Vice Chair of British Cycling, Charlie Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain. please acknowledge all our medalists.
So then, before we continue with the racing here at the Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester, a reminder that you can get involved on the big screen. All you need to do is tweet us and include the hashtag TWC. React to what you've seen, tell us what you're looking forward to, and if you have any questions for our experts, Hugh and Carl, just tweet us using the hashtag TWC. We'll be looking at some of what you've had to say over the next few minutes or so. Keep them coming in to hashtag TWC.
This is the women's keirin second round. 2 heats to be contested. The first 3 riders in each heat will progress to the finals for places 1 through to 6. Introducing, representing Great Britain, Rebecca James. Representing China, Zhumi Li. Representing Hong Kong, YG Li. Representing Jayco AIS, Anna Mears. Representing Petro Holding Leningrad, Elena Brezhneva. And representing YSD Track Team Malaysia, Fatia Mustafa.
I can tell you then the first 3 riders of each of these second round heats will progress by right into the final. So the first little skirmish there has been won by Mustafa representing Malaysia, riding in her trade team colours, so she's immediately behind the little Derny bike. Second spot, also wearing trade team colours, is Bresneva from her trade team in Leningrad. The Russian was second in the European Under-23 sprint contest, and in third position, the world champion from Great Britain, and that is Becky James. And James will be very keen to underline her supremacy here in this contest. In the wheel of James is one of the most successful bike riders of all time from Australia, Anna Mears, who is the current Olympic sprint champion. She's also been the world keirin champion. Mears is just getting back to some sort of form. She's had a season out after her triumphs in London at the Olympics with the celebrations, but now starting to get herself together, organised for the World Championships next year in Colombia. Behind Mears is the rider from Hong Kong, and this is Lee YC, who got a bronze in the Olympic Games, actually, for the keirin, and right at the back representing China is Shumi Li. So that's the composition here then of Heat 1, and Mustafa just pulling the string along. You're not allowed to go past that little pacing bike until it egresses the track and drops onto the Côte d'Azur, which it will do in the back straight next time. The maximum pace for the Derny in women's keirin racing is 45 kilometres an hour. It builds up from 25. So this is where the tactical encounters will start, and the speed will ratchet up, ready for the lunge for the line. Mustafa then looking over the shoulder to see where the first challenge is going to come from. A little bit of breathing space, laying off the wheel there is the world champion James, and right in the wheel of James is Anna Mears. They've got 1 3/4 laps to sort this out. Here goes Becky James, who comes from Abergavenny. The world champion making the first strike then for home. Abergavenny is the home for her. Now then, is she going to get first place? James hits the line ahead of Mustafa of Malaysia, and trying to come through over the top here is the rider from Hong Kong, Lee YC, and it looks like Anna Mears might get washed away here. Up to the line's going to be, oh, very close indeed. Mears was the winner, Lee YC was in the shake-up, and third spot was between Mears and Lee of China. But no mistake in the winner, the world champion from Great Britain, Becky James.
So confirmed result, third place for Mustafa of Malaysia, YG Lee of Hong Kong second, and Rebecca James of Great Britain in first place. Those are the three riders who will progress to the final for first through to sixth place. So we move now to Heat 2 of the women's keirin second round. Introducing the riders for Heat 2. From Australia, Stephanie Morton. From Spain, Helena Casas. From France, Sandy Clare. From Germany, Christina Vogel. From Russia, Olga Streltsova. And from the Ukraine, Alina Sos.
Heat 2 underway, and the French competitor here, Sandy Clare, very, very keen to get behind the bike, and she does. Claire, not a Kieran specialist really, she's more used to doing team sprints and 500-metre time trials, but she's won her way through to this stage of the competition with some pretty impressive riding. Second position from Spain here is Casas. Third behind Casas we've got Olena Sos, the 23-year-old from Ukraine, and then behind her Stephanie Morton of Australia. And there's a problem with the Derny here, so the race will restart.
Well, there's no accounting for mechanical difficulty, but fortunately we have a comprehensive selection of Dernies here at the National Cycling Centre, and our pacer Peter Deary reappears with a green Derny to restart the heat. So the riders return to the start line for the second heat of the second round of the women's keirin. From Australia, Stephanie Morton. From Spain, Helena Casas. From France, Sandy Clare. From Germany, Kristina Vogel. From Russia, Olga Stretsova. And from the Ukraine, Olena Sos.
So away we go then, and a similar situation. I'll run through the lineup again for you, but right behind the little bike is Sandy Clare from France, then Casas of Spain, from Ukraine, Sos, then the Australian Stephanie Morton, who was the Oceania Games sprint champion back in 2011. She won that gold medal in Invercargill. Behind her, probably the favourite for this, Kristina Vogel, who's looking to try and clinch her third gold medal of this World Cup, having been in the top spot in the team sprint and in the individual sprint. And then tucked right at the back from Russia, it is Streltsova. Exactly the same drill as Heat 1. The first 3 will progress into the final. Speed of the little pacing bike, as you can see on the big screen, is now up to 35 kilometres an hour. Still got a way to go. And the setup on those little Derny bikes with the gearing so that the pedalling is attached to the acceleration so you don't jerk away. If you had a hand throttle and sort of really turned it, then of course you would jerk forward and the riders would struggle to react. And that Derny now lifting the pace all the time. 4 laps to go. When it peels off, it will achieve 45 kilometres an hour. And in the men's keirin racing, it drops away from the track on 50. No change at all in the line behind. In the old days, of course, this was the moment of excitement when everybody used to push and shove to try and get a better position, but here it's not permitted, and the little Derny bike drops away off the track now. So it's all about the sprint for just over 2 laps, and still from France at the front then. It's Sandy Clare. Is it going to change soon? The answer to that is going to be definitely yes. Here comes Stephanie Morton of Australia. Morton wants to try and get to the front position, and she achieves that. Going in her wheel is Christina Vogel, the silver medal winner in the World Sprint Championships last year, who is in absolute blistering form, in unequivocal form. And it's Vogel sitting in the wheel of Morton, and Claire of France is in 3rd spot at the moment. A reaction further back down the line then from Cassas, but the winner of this is going to be the Australian Morton. Morton takes it from Vogel, and from France, Claire 3rd. Those 3 will move into the final and the medal contest by right.
So confirmation of the result of the second heat of the second round of the women's keirin. The win going to Stephanie Morton of Australia. Christina Vogel finishing in 2nd place, and Sandy Clare in 3rd. Those 3 will go forward to meet the 3 riders from Heat 1 in the final for 1st through to 6th place. The losers will go to a final for 7th through to 12th.
Well, if you look on the screen, there's a tweet there, and we're being asked what the white line is in the middle of the first bend after the finishing line. Well, that white line actually is the pad that triggers the timing for the final 200 metres. It's obviously of paramount importance when the sprinters ride their time trial against the clock for seeding purposes. And in the old days, we used to actually show the time of every sprint that the 200 metres have been covered in, to give you an idea of just how quick they were going. But it is the timing strip that times the concluding 200 metres.
This is the final of the women's points race, contested over 20 kilometres, 80 laps of the track, with 8 sprints.
Now this is an 80-lap race, as you can see on the lap counter. I want you to keep your eye on that lap counter throughout the race, because every 10 laps there is a sprint. So therefore, for example, at 71 laps to go, you will hear a bell signifying the last lap of the sprint before the guys can win points in this points race. So keep an eye on that, because particularly when the bell sounds, we want to have your support as they put in that extra effort over that last lap of each 10. So let's hear you every time the bell sounds. Please clap along, make as much noise as you can. We'll be doing it 8 times during the next race, and I know that Hugh Porter will remind you.
The longest race of the afternoon then gets underway, the women's points race, and it's a lovely sight to see that we have the reigning world champion in the peloton here. Representing the Czech Republic, number 48 is Jamila Mačeková, who is the current world champion. So I'll guide you through this, and I hope you're going to enjoy it. It's always a very, very exciting event. First on the attack is Pole here. Pole of Germany trying to just lift the tempo fractionally. In fact, we've got 3 going away. We've got a Russian involved as well, who was the world points champion last year, Chulkova. And also up there, looking pretty strong as well, is the rider from Germany. But how long are they going to be allowed to stay clear? On the front, the rider from Canada trying to just rivet or ratchet up the pace. But the 3 still slightly off the front here. Also in this group we've got Usabiaga running on the Spanish team, the trade team, and there's an attack off the front here from the rider from Poland trying to bring the field all back together. That's Buziak of Poland, trying to inject a little bit of pace at the front of the field. Mačeková, the world champion, is just a little further back. With 5 out from sprint number 1. Yep, coming across from the peloton. Here is the Polish rider. Good effort by her. This is Buziak. Yeah, Buziak comes across, and that really has encouraged the rest to apply the pressure as well. Yeah, Wong of Hong Kong is the latest to join the front group. So we've got a quintet of riders here with a slender advantage. The world champion Mačeková was on the front then of the peloton, but she didn't want to keep the pace applied to try and bridge. Now it's the turn of the Italian, Bronzini, the double world road champion, that brings the peloton all back together. Well, we've got Elena Barker in the field here, the young Welsh lass who is a world champion from Belarus for the team pursuit, and also a current European team pursuit champion, Elena Barker, and a world record holder for the 4,000 metres. Right, we've got 1 to go to sprint number 1, and it's the Canadian now, looking as though she's going to try and go clear. Laura Brown, 26 years of age then. Pan-American gold medalist for the team pursuit back in 2012, and it's Brown that's going clear, being chased down here then by the rider from Poland, and that's Buziak. It's going to be Brown from Canada, Buziak in second place, third over the line there going to Bronzini of Italy, and fourth going to the rider from Scotland, Kate Archibald. So that is sprint number 1 tidied up, and those points will reflect on the board as soon as they've been approved by the computer. Yep, let me just confirm once again, sprint number 1. Going to Pavlendova of Slovakia from Buziak, Bronzini and Archibald. So that's the result of the first sprint. Still a long way to go yet, as Buziak of Poland just dangling there off the front. Nobody wants to apply any more pressure. Caroline Ryan is in the field here, representing Ireland. She's second at the moment, just swinging up the banking. First lady from Ireland ever to win a medal in the World Championships when she got a bronze in the scratch. Now then, once again, the field beginning to fragment. This is where the problems occur. Rider from Mexico on the front, just lifting the tempo here. That's Ariola, who's been super aggressive over the 3 days. This kind of race will certainly suit her. She's been second here in the points, in the scratch and the points at the World Championships, and she's been very, very aggressive. Ryan once again comes to the front, but nobody wants to carry it on. Annette Edmondson is in this as well, the Australian, who's just completed the Omnium. So she's obviously going to be carrying a little bit of lactic there in the legs as we 4 away from sprint number 2. And a slight lull in the action as the field just eased back to pedestrian pace. It's hard to ride a points race when you keep easing back like this, because it's like a series of intervals. There's a rapid injection of tempo, and then all of a sudden you're stretched, of course, to match it. Looks like an attack here over the top. Yep, another attack as riders are trying to go clear all the time. And this is Chulkova, the 28-year-old Russian who's riding on her trade team. World points champion last year, Chulkova, but that attack comes to nothing. The effort evaporates as we've got 2 to go to sprint number 2, and Edmondson of Australia is right on the front, and in her wheel is Eleanor Barker of Great Britain. Behind her is Kate Archibald from Scotland, and then in 4th position it's Denmark filling that spot, and that's Julie Leth. Coming up to the line, this is sprint number 2, pressure being applied now at the front. Edmondson it is, but coming right over the top with a big injection of pace here is Giorgia Bronzini, who is a great road sprinter and a double world road champion. Edmondson's second wheel. Barker is there third for Great Britain, and 4th is Kate Archibald. Edmondson takes it. Wow, tied. Bronzini second, Barker third, and Archibald 4th. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. That's how they cross the line. So if you want to support the riders when they get towards a sprint, then we'll ask you to put your hands together and applaud. So here we go, it's Edmondson that got the 5 from Barker, from Bronzini and Archibald. Now an attack here by the American trying to go away. This is Elizabeth Newell. Standings after 2 sprints. Edmondson of Australia tying with Pavlendova of Slovakia. They've both got 5. Bronzini's got 4. Barker on 3, tying with Bushak, and Archibald has got 2. They're the only 6 in the race that have scored any points at the moment. It's Newell now trying to go away then for USA. Little bit of vociferous support here then for Newell. Wouldn't go amiss. It's a big effort here then by the American. And in a spot of trouble in the well of the track is Laura Basso. Looks as though she may well be retiring. 5 away from the next sprint. World champion Machakova in that crouching familiar style on the front, and she's got Kate Archibald with her, the Scot, and those 2 at the moment have got a little advantage trying to chase down Newell of USA. Edmondson, the Australian, has seen the danger and is also trying to go clear as well, and Belgium are trying to get involved with this as also. That's Kelly Droitz. So Kelly Droitz of Belgium also getting involved, but it's Kate Archibald now in the pale blue colours there, with the red helmet that sits right at the end of the peloton, and still off the front we've got this American, and this is Elizabeth Newell. Totally oblivious of what's going on behind. She just continues to plough along into the back straight. Almost half a lap an advantage for her. If she can gain the lap, remember, she gets the 20-point bonus. Now then, on the front of the breakaway group that's forming here now, we've got the rider from Ukraine. And in second spot, it's Germany. This is dangerous. Third, Slovakia. These are the pace setters trying to come up to Newell of USA. Also a rider from Hong Kong. Are you going to clap along to the riders as they're into the sprint lap? Come on, let's see you put your hands together to clap along with the riders contesting the sprint. Well, Newell's going to get overtaken here. All that hard work, and Newell's going to settle for just 1 point. Well, she made the big effort, but I'm afraid it's not good enough. It's going to be 1 point for Newell. First over the line there, getting the 5 points, is Laura Brown, number 45 of Canada. So Laura Brown gets the 5 points there for Canada. Just wait to give you the rest of the positions. Rest of the positions for you then in sprint number 3. Brown got the 5 points, and then the rider from Ukraine, Kononenko, got the 3. Pol from Germany got the 2, and Wong of Hong Kong picking up the 1. So what it means now, with 47 more laps to go, Edmondson of Australia is tying with Pavlendova of Slovakia and Brown of Canada. They've all got 5. In 4th position is Bronzini of Italy. Then Elena Barker is 5th with 3 points. So Barker's made a positive start here in this points race. 46 more laps to go. And the 5 still continue here off the front. Good little group, this. Let me just once again run through the composition of this group of leading riders. Elizabeth Newell from the United States of America, number 36. Number 45, Laura Brown of Canada. Number 57, Stephanie Pol from Germany. Number 58, that is Yi Wong of Hong Kong. And number 81, Valery Kononenko of Ukraine. And they've got over half a lap here. Remember, they will get the 20-point bonus if they can pick up the tail of the peloton. So it's a pretty crucial part of the race, this, that has fragmented significantly. There are 3 pelotons out there at the moment. Pressure really being applied. 42 laps to go, 2 to the next sprint. We're getting near to the next sprint. Kononenko from Ukraine drops in at the back. Who's going to take the maximum points here as they come up the line? Looks like the rider from Hong Kong. She may just be overhauled. Oh, it was very, very close. Too difficult to call that. It was either Wong of Hong Kong or the rider from Germany. That's Stephanie Pol. We'll wait for that result then to be confirmed. Very, very close indeed. That was sprint number 4, and they've got 39 more laps to go. It was Wong of Hong Kong that just about got a wheel over the line ahead of Pol of Germany. Brown of Canada was 3rd, and Newell of USA picking up the 1 for 4th. So what it means now is Canada are now ahead of the leaderboard. Brown is at the moment in the gold medal position with 38 laps to go. Wong of Hong Kong sitting 2nd. Edmondson of Australia is tying with Pol, and Pavlendova of Slovakia with 5 each for 3rd. Bronzini is in 6th with 4, and Elena Barker 7th equal on 3 points. 38 more laps to go. Yeah, an attack here from the Polish rider off the front of the main peloton, because the group now are getting very close to the back here of the bunch. Now, if the junction is made, this group of 5 will gain a lap and they'll get a 20-point bonus each, and that will put them almost in an unassailable position. There is a move off the front of the peloton, and the peloton is fragmenting significantly, but the 5 now have got the back of the peloton well and truly in their sights. The lapping situation is going to be confirmed in a few moments' time. Looks like the junction will be made then in the back straight of this lap. Here come the 5, looking for the 20-point bonus. Chipping away all the time. It's about 20 metres, that's all, that denies them the 20 points to be added on to their tally. Wong of Hong Kong then looks as though she's going to be the first rider to bridge. In fact, she swings up. It's Paul of Germany that is going to be first to make the junction. And there we are. The 5 have gained the lap and the 20-point bonus. Eleanor Barker has seen the danger and is now trying to slip away off the front. The leading 5 now, Brown of Canada with 27, Wong of Hong Kong on 26, Paul of Germany on 25, Kononenko from Ukraine on 23, Newell of USA on 21. And now we've got Eleanor Barker trying to go away here with the rider from Poland. And that is Bushak, and also inevitably Ariola of Mexico. Ariola is in every single move. There they are, those are the 3 trying to get clear. And trying to bridge up to them is the rider from Russia. And that's Badiakova. And in no man's land, maroon behind the 4, is Kate Archibald from Scotland. Good time to go. Still working hard, the little group that slipped away. And Kate Archibald is trying to get up to them. Now, if these 5 could gain a lap as well, that would really make it very, very interesting. Archibald still trying to get across, but what it's doing is it's actually backfiring a little bit, because she there is acting as a stepping stone for the peloton that's taking them closer to the breakaway of 4. If Archibald could just link up quicker, then they would stay away. Right, the result of that last sprint, it was Buzak of Poland that got the 5, from Ariola of Mexico who got the 3, Eleanor Barker picked up the 2, and Badiakova of Russia got the 1. So the overall standings now are the 5 that have gained the lap. They're well ahead, and the first behind the 5 is Buzak of Poland on 8, with Edmondson of Australia tying with Pavlendova of Slovakia and Barker. They've all got 5, but they really need to be able to gain the lap, and that's not going to happen, as you can see, because the field has all come back together. 3 more sprints to go. Wong of Hong Kong comes to the front again. She's in the silver medal position. Ariola is going with her from Mexico. So these 5 that have gained the lap are going to be watching each other like hawks, particularly Brown of Canada and Wong of Hong Kong, because there's only 1 point between them, and Paul of Germany is just 1 further point behind Wong, so it's going to be very, very close in each of the sprints. They're going to watch each other very, very closely, and the first 2 I mentioned there are right on the head of the contest. Ariola of Mexico is there in the mix as well. 3 to go for the next sprint. Paul of Germany is never slipping back too far. She's 4th at the moment, looking for an opportunity to try and get another 5 points. Paul at the moment 3rd. Now an attack by Ryan of Ireland. Ryan going away here, and she's got with her Bronzini of Italy. Bronzini is 10th at the moment on 4 points. So that's not really going to affect anything, is it? It'll be the bell this time. They're away again for the next sprint. Bronzini's on the front. Machakova, the world champions, in this group as well. Ryan of Ireland is in the shake-up. Bronzini of Italy beginning to lead this one out. She's been a former world points champion as well. That was back in 2009. Bronzini takes the 5. Ryan takes the 3. And the 2 going to Cesar of Venezuela, and the 1 going to Machakova, the world champion from the Czech Republic. So if we scroll those points on, it won't make any difference at all, because the leading 5, remember, are still well clear thanks to the lap they gained and the 20-point bonus. We're inside 20 laps to go. We've got 2 more sprints. Edmondson of Australia, just on the head there of the peloton. And the little group has got, well, roughly the length of the straight advantage at this stage. 4 points separating the first 4, that's all. And Newell's in the shake-up as well on 21. Got 2 races going on here now, haven't you? You've got the bunch that were not successful in gaining the lap, trying to pick up points to try and erase the deficit that they trail that leading 5, but it's a big ask because Bronzini of Italy is nearest to Newell on 21, and Bronzini's got 9, and Newell's got 21 in 5th position. So you can see with 2 sprints to go, if she got both of them, she'd only got 10, and that would take her to 19, so she couldn't deny Newell her 5th position. And Newell, of course, is one of the contenders in with a chance of getting a medal. 5 to go then to the next sprint. This could be very critical indeed. Watch for the positioning here of the riders that are a lap ahead. They're going to start to move through the peloton. Attacked by the rider from Poland. This could cause a problem. This is Buzak of Poland going away. Buzak is 7th in the race, but she's only got 8 points, so that's not going to affect the situation. We're looking for the riders who've got that lap advantage, figuring here to add to their points tally. If it stays the way it is, well, it's Brown of Canada that would win the gold. Coming up to the line with 13 to go, with 3 away from the penultimate sprint. Eleanor Barker just moving forward as well to try and get involved with this next sprint. Katie Archibald has slipped a little bit further down the line. 2 to go to the next sprint, and the pace just beginning to lift all the time. Newell then of USA has gone to the front. Newell seen the opportunity. She's on 21 points. If she could get a 5 here, it would take her to 26, and she would be tying with Wong if Wong doesn't figure in this sprint. This is a good move by the American. Come on, let's see you clap the points grabbers round the course. You can do better than that. Let's hear you. Louder. Much better. Here comes Newell. This is a very good move by Newell. Newell of USA is going to get the 5. Now then, let's have a look at this behind. Oh, very, very tight indeed. The rider from Slovakia was either 2nd or 3rd. I'm going to wait for the computer to confirm that. But the 5 by Newell means that she's on 26 now. Let's have a look at the lunge for the line. Very close indeed. Newell got it. Chulkova, actually, the Russian former world champion, got 2nd for 3. Brown of Canada got the 2. That's useful because that's increased her lead. And Leth of Denmark got the 1. So what it means now is with 1 sprint to go, Brown of Canada has got a 3-point advantage over Newell from USA. In the bronze medal position is Wong of Hong Kong on 26, Pol of Germany is 4th on 25, and Kononenko from Ukraine is 5th on 23. So Brown really just needs to keep an eye on Newell. An attack off the front here. Looks a bit like Chulkova trying to go away. Chulkova's down in 11th position with 3 points, so this is going to take the sting out of the danger of the sprint for the riders who are figuring for the main medals. It is Chulkova. So she at the moment has got the 5 points booked as Archibald now slides off the front of the peloton. Chulkova is doing the medal contenders a favour here. It means they will not have to watch each other so closely, because with only 3 places left for points, and that means it's 3, 2 and 1 from the head of the bunch. Chulkova is going to take the 5. It means that if Newell was to take the 3 and Brown didn't score, Newell would get the gold medal, even though she tied with Brown, because Newell finished higher in the final sprint. That's all speculation, of course. 4 laps to go. Been a good points race. Running time of the contest coming up to 24 minutes now. Then Chulkova, we've forgotten about her. We could almost see her coming into the same straight as the peloton. She's going to run out of distance, but if she was to gain the lap and get the 20 points, she'd go up to 23, would not be enough to get a medal, providing she didn't lay off the back. But she'd run out of distance, she couldn't do that. So 2 to go for Chulkova of Russia, who's setting herself up to win the final sprint. Pol of Germany starting to come through here, trying to get points. She's on 25. Going to be a tight one, this, as they're into the back straight with 1.5 laps to go. It's the bell this time for Chulkova. Chulkova's going to get the 5. Come on, let's hear you applaud these riders around the track for the final lap. Second place is Hayley Jones of Wales. Chulkova's going to get the 5 here on the line. That's academic. It will not alter the leading positions. I'm looking for the rest. Here they come up to the line. Chulkova gets it. Tight, wasn't it? No rider in that little group that contested second, third and fourth are in the medal position. So I can tell you the winner of the women's points race is going to be Brown of Canada. Laura Brown, the 26-year-old, will win the gold medal for Canada in the women's points race. We'll just tidy up the 8th and final sprint for you, just to confirm the call. Chulkova getting it from Edmondson of Australia. Ariola was 3rd, and Cesar of Venezuela 4th. So it means Laura Brown of Canada wins the gold medal for the women's points race.
Well, it's been a good day for Laura's. One has just won the points race, and one is the World Cup Omnium winner. And ladies and gentlemen, Laura Trott's here. Hello. You've had a busy couple of days, haven't you? It's hard work doing the Omnium. It must be such a sense of relief when you eventually get through it all.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously I do the team suit first, and then I have to back it up doing the Omnium, but I mean, the crowd here have been absolutely amazing, and if it wasn't for them, I would never have got away in the scratch race and never got a lap. So it's just a massive thanks to them, and they've just been amazing all weekend.
Well, I know that they think that you've been amazing as well, so thank you for saying that. How difficult is it? You've got 6 events over 2 days. Bearing in mind you start freshest, how difficult is it to kind of keep your powder dry, knowing that you've got events that you can win later as well?
Well, I guess you have to treat each event as a different event, and you sort of have to just get through them and forget about the result of, like my first event, for example, I came 6th, so I just had to sort of forget about it and get on with the points race, and you just have to treat them as all separate events. So, I mean, it is quite hard if you have a bad event, but, I mean, it's not over till it's over, is it?
The thing is as well that you train here obviously with empty seats. How strange is it having everybody here and having a very different atmosphere, which is essentially your daily 9 to 5?
Well, it's so much better, and they actually turn the heating on for the racing as well, which makes a massive difference. Normally I'm sitting here and it's like 21 degrees.
Yes, we're all feeling that as well, don't worry. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, she has once again, for 2, now 3 days, given you such wonderful entertainment. It's Laura Trott.
This is the men's sprint finals, and the first final is the contest for the bronze medal. Starting on the inside, representing Great Britain, Matthew Crampton. And his opponent on the outside from Jayco AIS Australia, Shane Perkins.
Matt Crampton versus the Commonwealth Games gold medalist from New Delhi, Shane Perkins. Well, Crampton's been quite content to lead most of the races out, and it's proved to be fruitful, but what tactic is he going to adopt this time? Looks as though he might be going for the same. Perkins now starting to just lift the tempo and looking to try and pressurise Crampton, but Crampton's going for the same tactic again here. He is a 1 kilometre man, so he can go for a long sprint, but here comes the reaction from Perkins. Crampton on the inside, can he hold off Perkins into the finishing straight? Elbow to elbow there, very, very close. Perkins takes it. Shane Perkins takes the first heat in the ride-off for the bronze medal.
This is match 1 of the final for the gold medal. Representing Trinidad, Nissan Philip. And on the outside, from Germany, Robert Forstermann.
Contrasting physiques here, isn't there, between these two sprinters? Nissan Phillips from Trinidad, rangy, almost like an endurance rider, compared with the bulky, muscular German Forstermann. Crowd entertainer then is Nissan Philip. A lot of his training was done in California, actually, initially, under the guidance of Great Britain's Jamie Staff, and the sprint is his favourite event. Nissan went away from the London Olympics, just one shy of a podium position when he finished 4th. And it looks very much as though the Trinidadian's going to lead this one out. Forstermann looking for the inside there, but deciding not to take it. Oh, he's got it now, though. The power then of Forstermann has got the inside position, and he's quite happy to rough up the Trinidadian. Quite legal, they didn't touch each other, and that was a mistake then by Phillips. He moved out, he allowed the German underneath Forstermann, and it's all academic. Forstermann puts the finger up. Yes, I win race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Women's Points Race. The medals and the UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by Chairman of the Board of British Cycling, Bob Howden. Winner of the bronze medal representing Hong Kong, Wan Yu Wong. Winner of the silver medal representing the United States of America, Elizabeth Newell. Women's points race gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Canada, Laura Brown. The flowers will be presented by UK Sport Major Events Consultant Rebecca Edser. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada. Please acknowledge all our medalists.
So now it is time for battle to commence once again. It is the finals of the Keirin for women. And once again, it is time to welcome back onto the track the Derny. And, ladies and gentlemen, the Black Derny is back and it is fixed. All is well. Let's find out from Peter the Derny man what happened. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's fine now.
Was it a big problem, or has it just been fixed in the last couple of moments?
It's just been fixed.
What was wrong with the green one? Why can't we keep the green one?
This one's got the television camera on it.
Ah, so we have a television camera at the back that you will notice, you will see pictures of throughout, and that is clearly very important. And also, Pete likes to complete the outfit. He doesn't like the clash of the green and black. Yesterday we talked about going up to 50 kilometres an hour for the men, and you have to very carefully grade your speed. What are the speeds you start at and go to for the women?
For the women, it starts at 25 kilometres and finishes at 45 kilometres.
And once again, we'll have that on the big screen so you can follow Pete's progress. Pete, thank you very much. Ride well. I hope it's okay. Pete has a Facebook page, and so you can online do what everybody else knows. We like Pete the Journeyman.
This is the women's Kirin final for places 7 through to 12. Representing China, Zhu Mi Li. Representing Spain, Helena Casas. From Jayco AIS Australia, Anna Mears. From Petra Holding Leningrad, Elena Brezhneva. From Russia, Olga Stretsova. And from the Ukraine, Olena Tsos.
So the minor final rolls away. This is to classify the riders from 7th through to 12th. And it is Elena Brezhneva from Russia that just nips in behind the bike, first of all. Second position, Anna Mears, riding in her trade team strip, the very successful Australian. She's second here at the stage of the competition. Representing Ukraine is Olena Tsos. Behind Tsos, it's Shumai Li of China. And the other two, for me to tidy up for you, is the representative of Russia, Olga Streltsova. Behind the Chinese competitor, and right at the back, it's Casas of Spain. Seventh through to 12th then will be decided at the end of this. You see the lovely little graphic up there on the screen of Peter's legs whizzing round and increasing the tempo of the Derny bike. And in case you didn't quite catch it, 45 is the cut-off pace then for the women's Kirin. The hum of the bike just gets the excitement going and the adrenaline rush. Stand by for the cavalry charge as soon as that little bike swings off the track. One lap then before it turns into the Côte d'Azur at the bottom of the track. Here he comes. Now focus on the string of riders behind as to who is going to be the first attacker. And it looks like it's going to be Casas of Spain. Casas of Spain then looks as though she wants to make the first move. Casas of Spain being pursued by Tsos of Ukraine. In fact, it's Tsos of Ukraine that gets straight to the front at the moment. Streltsova of Russia is clinging to the coattails of the line that's now forming, ready for the run to the line and the bell. Anna Mears trying to come down the outside. One lap to go. Mears hits the front. Inside 250 to tidy up the classification places. Mears right at the front. Being challenged here by Brezhneva. Mears is going to finish 7th in the competition. Brezhneva finishes 8th and 9th position. 3rd in the minor final was Shumi Li.
So confirmation of the positions 7th through to 12th in the women's keirin. Mears of Australia finishes 7th, Brezhneva of Russia 8th, Li of China 9th, Sos of Ukraine 10th, Casas of Spain in 11th place, and Stretsova of Russia in 12th place. This is the gold medal final of the women's keirin. Representing Australia, Stephanie Morton. Representing France, Sandy Clare. Representing Germany, Christina Vogel. Representing Hong Kong, Y.G. Lee. Representing YSD Track Team Malaysia, Fatia Mustafa. And representing Great Britain, Rebecca James.
First little tussle there to get the position behind the bike. He's won by the world champion, Becky James of Great Britain. Now then, James trying to emulate the podium position of Laura Trott in the Omnium. Right behind James, representing France, is Sandy Clare. Then it's Christina Vogel, who is in superb form. Her voracious appetite for medals continues right up to the last day. 2 gold medals in her pocket, looking for the 3rd here. That's Christina Vogel. Behind Vogel is Li YC from Hong Kong, who's also racing very, very well. For Australia, slightly taller than the other competitors, is Stephanie Morton. And then right at the back, we have Mustafa from Malaysia, wearing that pale green strip of her sponsor. Well, Becky James, who hails from Abergavenny, was 3rd in the sprint competition. She wants to erase that from her memory and lift herself 2 places higher here. She had good preparation over there in Japan then on the keirin circuit, where she was there for 6 weeks. They race it slightly different over there, though, as I was mentioning earlier. Big tracks, 400 metres, and they have human paces. So the discipline here on a wooden track with 42-degree banking in the corners gives you a different style of race. But this, of course, is the style that James is accustomed to, and she is the world champion. So look for the first strike. Keep an eye on Vogel, 3rd position. And we expect this to be a tussle between Vogel of Germany and James, the world champion. Nobody at the moment prepared to just move out. But now it's James that starts to look over that right shoulder to see where the first reaction is going to come from. Morton of Australia sits in last but 1 position. James still looks over the right shoulder. Sandy Clare of France is still 2nd. Now taking it on from the front is James. James then of Great Britain taking it on. Here comes Vogel down the outside. The Vogel crouching down in that familiar style of hers. And it's Vogel then that was second to James in the Keirin final in Minsk earlier in the year. And all of a sudden then the world champion's been washed away down into third position. And it's James leading. James on the inside, leading the charge behind Vogel. And it's Vogel that's going to take this for Germany. Up to the line, Vogel takes it. James is second, and in third position it was the rider from France, Sandy Clare. So Vogel of Germany picks up her third gold medal here of the World Cup in Manchester.
So, confirmation of the medal winners. The gold medalist, Christina Vogel of Germany. Becky James of Great Britain takes the silver, and Sandy Clare of France picks up the bronze medal. Match 2 of the men's sprint final for the bronze medal. Starting on the inside, representing Jayco AIS Australia, Shane Perkins. And on the outside, from Great Britain, Matthew Crampton.
So Crampton has now got to embrace the challenge and try to win race 2 here to take it to a decider. Well, in the past, he amplified his intentions by taking it on from the front. Here, the element of surprise is in his hands. They're always intriguing, mesmerising contests, aren't they, sprinting? So Crampton looking to adopt a different tactic here, going for height to try and get that gear wound up quickly, but Perkins is watching every move by Crampton. Well, it's a different approach here this time. Oh, he tried to go underneath there. There was an opportunity. It was very, very slender, and Perkins continued at the front, and that, I think, is going to be the demise of Crampton. Yeah, Perkins wins 2-0 straight to take the bronze medal.
Match 2 in the men's sprint final for the gold medal. Starting on the outside from Trinidad, Nissan Philippe. And the winner of the first match, starting on the inside, representing Germany, Robert Forstermann.
Well, Forstermann's delivery in race 1 was hugely impressive. Now then, can Nissan Philippe, the Trinidadian, tame the German in race 2? Well, it was Nissan just moving out in race 1 that sparked the Germans' reaction. Now then, what can he do this time, the Trinidadian? Riding from second wheel. With the bell this time. Forstermann just tickling the pedals there, getting ready to ignite the burners, and he does now. Here comes the attack then of Nissan Philippe. Can he get over the top? No, he can't. The power here of Forstermann is absolutely astonishing. Forstermann wins the gold medal 2-0 straight and conquers Nissan Philippe in the final. And he sportingly acknowledges his conqueror as they come back into the finishing straight. Forstermann wins the gold medal.
Confirmation of the result of the men's sprint. The bronze medal taken by Shane Perkins from Australia. The silver medal taken by Nissan Philippe of Trinidad. And the gold medalist from Germany, Robert Forstermann. So still plenty of action yet to come here in the National Cycling Centre this afternoon at the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Coming up in a moment, the victory ceremony for the women's keirin. We've still got the men's scratch race final and the victory ceremonies for that, and we also have to crown the winning team of this, the first round of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. So please stay with us, keep your seats, much more entertainment and high-speed action yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Women's Keirin. The medals and the UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Sandy Clare. Winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Rebecca James. Women's Keirin gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Germany, Christina Vogel. The flowers will be presented by Manchester City Council representative, Councillor Jeff Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. Please acknowledge all our medalists.
Thank you for all your tweets this afternoon to hashtag TWC. We have a couple of questions to ask our experts, and this one comes in from REOBC East Mids. What are the cameras worn by the start commissaires for? I think we've noticed something new, haven't we? Let's go up to Carl.
Thanks for that one, Hugh. Yes, well, I understand the cameras are to add yet more excitement to the events here, so you can see a starter's eye view of the riders as they line up ready for competition.
Just to make your televisual experience all the more in depth. Thank you for that one. Do we have any more questions? This is one from PTS on Tour. How many miles does Pete do on the Derny a year? It's a difficult question to have anybody answer apart from Pete. Well, we'll guess, shall we, Hugh Porter?
Oh,
for Carl. Well, ask Carl, shall we?
No pressure, eh? How many miles in a year does he do on the Derny?
Hugh, I can tell you, I have checked with Pete, the Derny man, the most famous Derny pacer in the world. It is 475,000 revolutions of the track per year.
Wow.
Probably.
What does that equate to in miles? You're making it up. Lawrenson, you're making it up. Answer to that, Hugh, is a long way.
Thank you very much indeed. If somebody could do the maths and work out that into miles. Hashtag TWC from Kate Muddyman. It is inspiring me to get back on your bike. Well, I'm very glad, Kate. Keep being inspired by the track cycling. Hashtag TWC if you would like to get yourself up on the big screen.
This is the men's scratch race final, contested over 15 kilometres, 60 laps of the track, and 24 riders line up for the start.
So the neutral lap for the riders, just to form the line, and then the commissaire, providing he's happy with the composition of the peloton as they hit the line, will fire the gun. Yeah, he is happy. Let me tell you that Great Britain are represented by number 54 in this contest, Owain Doull. He swung high at the moment on the track, and we have the world champion in the field as well here. And that world champion from Ireland, number 59, Martin Irvine. He won the world crown in Belarus earlier this year, beating Andreas Müller of Austria and Luke Dawson. Well, we've just been advised there's actually one non-starter here in this contest, Maharaj of Trinidad. So we'll actually have 23 here then in the peloton. The long, long, thin line, as you can see, and the place not to ride a scratch race from is the back, because trying to move up when the pressure is being applied at the front is almost an impossibility. It's always a technique of trying to keep your position up there in the first cluster. Irvine, the world champion, a little bit further back. He's already had one victory here, to his credit. He won the points race the other day. Superb. Timed his effort in the closing stages to gain the lap, and that gave him the victory. Rider from Switzerland just swinging up. Early stages here of the race. This is really the sort out. He's beginning to feel their way around, waiting for the first attack, and of course, a little bit like the women's scratch race that we had earlier, when you saw riders gaining a lap, or the women's points I should say, you saw riders gaining laps, and on the front at the moment it's Covarrubias of Mexico. 53 to go. 7 already have evaporated since the start, as the tempo is now just starting to lift. World champion on the front, Martin Irvine. Now it's the turn of Poland. So all the different countries at the moment getting involved in the mix, but we're still waiting for the first big injection of pace. Pozolowski from Poland was the man that instigated this little move, and Pozolowski from Poland going away here with Agarkov of Ukraine. Ten laps already have have been completed. Italian was just leading them through, and that's Viviani. Such a talented rider, Viviani, really super fast road finisher. But at the moment, this is Vasilyev. Vasilyev now trying to go away. Viviani was second actually in the National Road Championships in Apeldoorn in 2011. On that occasion it was Ho Tin Kwok of Hong Kong that won the gold. But this is a pretty positive move here. And there's no reaction from the field. So it's Vasilyev at the moment that's trying to go away and making a real good job of it. Well then, could he gain a lap on his own? I don't think so, because there's a reaction from behind now. A little group is beginning to form and chase him down, and that's exactly what we expected. And the brace of riders trying to get on terms with him. It's Viviani and Pozolowski from Poland. So they've neutralised the move then of the lone attacker. That was Vasilyev. And now we've got Spain involved in the mix at the front. Vasilyev riding on the trade team of ISD from Ukraine. Now the world champion has seen the danger here, Irvine, and he's gone away. So we've got 5 riders that have gone clear now. Reaction from Belgium trying to get across. The rider from Belgium is Marino de Pau, who was 8th in the World Championships. Well, this is a pretty serious move. The peloton has fragmented significantly here. Now France are in the mix-up for the chase. Vivian Brice from France now marooned off the back of the leading group. If Brice gets up, that will give us a septet of riders that are now clear, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And another one coming across. They're coming across in dribs and drabs here, aren't they? Kadalecha, the Czech Republic, now makes the junction. And soon we'll have as many riders down the road as we have in the peloton. This is a pretty significant split. Rider from New Zealand now trying to raise the tempo. This is Shane Archbold. Good Omnium rider, Shane Archbold. Silver medal winner in the past for the Omnium, and thanks to that effort by Archbold, the rest of the peloton coming into his back wheel, they all come back together. 39 more laps to go, and so the little flurry of activity has come to naught, and the field are reassembling. Archbold on the front. Oh, we've got a fall-up. Oh, there's more than one going down, and they almost took the commissaire away as well. The Australian is on the deck. That's Edmondson. The rider from Germany is also down. And looks like the worst affected here is the rider from Mexico, Covarrubias. And Covarrubias is limping rather badly. He went down heavily. May have even caught a dead leg there. We'll have to wait and see. They are allowed 5 laps out to rejoin into the competition, and they rejoin exactly where they left. They're not penalised as Irvine, the world champion, comes to the head of the field. And the peloton assumes a position above the blue out of safety, and immediately an attack forms here with Pozolowski from Poland. Really is full of riding here, isn't he? Pozolowski trying to go away with Agakov of Ukraine. And also in this little move is Jonathan Mould, the British Omnium champion. Jonathan Mould representing Wales, and Mould is gone away in the group of 4, wearing his USN-sponsored colours here for Wales. Second in line behind the rider from Switzerland. Rider from Switzerland is Tristan Marguet. And 2 more coming across as well. And we've got 1 more. So we're going to get 7 down the road here. Viviani's seen the danger of Italy in the green helmet. Viviani trying to come across as the Russian rider bridges and links to that leading group. That's Kovalev. Here comes Viviani. 7 away. Viviani makes it 8. Certainly a lot of action here in this contest. Also in that little group, we've got Zakharov of Kazakhstan supporting, as I'd say, nice applause, supporting the rider that's rejoining from Germany. So he's okay now. That's Bayer, Maximilian Bayer of Germany. Didn't join at a good time there, though, because he got to play catch-up. He should have waited for the peloton, but there we are. Now he's off the back and has got to get back into the wheels where he left the group. He was entitled to drop in further up, but he will make contact with the back of the bunch. Here he comes. This is Bayer of Germany. Working a little harder than he would have liked to have done. Vasilyev is also near the back, as we've got 29 more laps to go. Viviani, the Italian, super aggressive in this. He'd love to nail a victory. They've had one victory so far, the Italians. That came in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. In a long time since we've seen Italians on the top of the podium for the individual pursuit, but they're starting to find one or two strong men. Yeah, the field all back together with the exception of 3 riders. Vasilyev is one of those 3 off the back. Rider from Ukraine, riding in his trade team colours. 27 more laps to go. The world champion Irvine, with that deceptive style of his, never misses a move, just floats around near the front. Rider from Holland as well, also up there in the mix. 26 to go. The Power of Belgium is keeping an eagle eye on the moves as well. And from Great Britain, we've got Owen Dool, who was 4th in the points competition. And Dool is well in the shake-up here with 24 to go. It's going to be a right old cavalry charge, this, for the victory, isn't it, if they all stay together. Now then, Kadlec of the Czech Republic trying to go away. Milan Kadlec plays the lone card here. Personification of courage here, with Kadlec trying to distance himself off the front of the peloton. Good move by Kadlec of the Czech Republic. Covarrubias of Mexico just swings up high off the front of the peloton. He was one of the crash victims. As we're down to 22 to go. Kadlec just dangling out there. It really is mission impossible for him, isn't it? They're going to pick him up, take it from me. Nobody's going to allow him to have a lone victory and lap the field. The ignominy of suffering a lap by one rider is not going to be allowed. Looks like Pozalowski again from Poland ratchets the pace up here and takes 3 more riders with him. Riding with a great deal of intelligence as well is Jonathan Mole. Jonathan Mole from Wales has gone away here in this little group. Won himself a round of the Tour Series down in Colchester, actually, the criteriums that are televised on ITV4, and he won the stage down in Colchester. Good rider, Mole, British Omnium champion. Just drops down into the hole there and slots onto the back of the riders coming underneath. 18 to go. It feels as though and looks as though we're going to get a big sprint for this one. Italian Viviani comes onto the front of the peloton again. If this comes down to a sprint, Viviani is going to take a lot of stopping. The world champion is also shadowing all the moves. That's Martin Irvine. So the line swings up and down in slalom fashion around the track. Switzerland coming through there. Nobody wants to really show their hand. They're all trying to cover the moves, but they don't want to go too hard. Moreno de Pau of Belgium, now the latest pace setter on the front. Immediately it's taken over by Müller of Austria. Müller, who was second in the World Championships earlier this year to the Irishman Martin Irvin. Colours of Poland again come through. This is Pizalowski. Edging ever nearer then to the closing 10 laps. Going to start ticking off the really fast finishers in this if it does come down to a big sprint. Viviani of Italy is definitely going to be in the shake-up. All about positioning, isn't it? Particularly in the concluding 5 laps. Rider from Kazakhstan, Zakharov, swings high and allows Viviani to come underneath. Viviani's over everybody like a rash here, covering every move. He fancies his chances in this one. The Austrian Müller now tries to slip away on the inside with 11 to go. And they've ignored him. So Müller has now gone away. The silver medal winner in the World Championship Minsk earlier this year. Good move by Müller of Austria. That's the way to do it. Wait your moment and then slip away. Müller is a 6-day rider, so he's quite accustomed to high activity on the boards. He's been chased down there by the rider from Spain. This is Torres of Spain. And Mold's with him. So Jonathan Mold has read the move and gone away. Good move by Mold. He'll be on duty next year in Glasgow, representing Wales. And he's getting some support as well. So Jonathan Mold trying to get across then with Moreno of Spain. And now we've got another attack behind. This is Pizalowski from Poland. And Pizalowski has created a reaction. Viviani's trying to get the peloton to lift the pace. And there's 8 laps to go. And Viviani can see victory slipping away from him here. And Müller can see the tail end of the peloton. Great move by the Austrian. If he picks up this lap, then he's setting himself up for a very sweet victory. Here come the brace of riders chasing him down. Jonathan Mold and Moreno of Spain. So there we are, Mold and Torres now of Spain. Forgive me, it's Torres of Spain. Tantalisingly, the peloton just swings around in front of Müller. 5 to go. Can Müller bridge? If he can't and he can maintain his position, he's going to win the gold medal. It's looking good. Frenchman trying to go off the front of the field now. This is Vivian Brice. Being chased down by Martin Irvin, the world champion, and that injection of pace could stop Müller from gaining the lap. But he's got 4 laps to go and he's still being chased down here by Mould from Wales and Great Britain and Torres of Spain. 2 more riders trying to come across. One of them's Viviani. 3 to go. Viviani, is he going to run out of distance? Müller's legs are beginning to buckle here. Viviani trying to come across the gap. And he's got with him Kovalev of Russia. Well, Müller just dangling off the front. This is unbelievable stuff. The Frenchman Brice is trying to come across as well, getting ready for the final sprint. 2 to go. Nobody wants to show the hand, and Müller is still dangling off the front, trying to get to the line for the bell. Mold is sitting in the group behind, so is Viviani. It's the bell this time. Can Müller hang on? Oh, Müller out of the saddle, trying to find more pace. Jonathan Mold then of Wales and Great Britain is in second position. Can he catch Müller of Austria? Viviani of Italy coming through as well. What a finish this is going to be. Still on the front is Müller. Viviani. Oh! Viviani gets second. Müller of Austria wins, and Jonathan Mold of Great Britain and Wales gets the bronze medal. What a storming finish. But sheer aggression and determination by the Austrian Müller gives him the gold medal. The silver going to Viviani, and Jonathan Mold of Great Britain and Wales crossing the line in 3rd position. There's the winner, Müller of Austria.
Great way to end what we've seen on the track at this Track World Cup. I want to introduce you to a man who many of you will recognise, who's going to just give us a sense of what a coach goes through, not only at a Track World Cup, but over a 4-year Olympic cycle. It's head coach of the British cycling team, Shane Sutton, who's with me. Shane, happy with your 3 days' work?
Yeah, I think the whole team are pleased with what we've seen, and it's a building towards Rio now, and, you know, we've got a good start point.
Give us an impression of how much you agonise over what you've learned, the statistics, everything that's been picked up from these performances.
Yeah, I think this week's been a big learning for us, and I was talking to the coaching team earlier, and we discussed it the other night, what we'd learned through the men's and women's team sprint. You know, team pursuits, quite a few new riders in there as well, and it's just a matter of going away, doing your homework and understanding what you're trying to achieve, you know, further down the road.
Quite a lot of football managers talk about not worrying about the opposition. They don't care, they just concentrate on your own work. Bearing in mind there's a lot of changing going on around you, do you have an opportunity over these 3 days to look at the opposition, see what their plans might be?
Well, you're aware of them, but you can never be governed by them. You know, ultimately you've got to be the best you can be. You know, you set yourself a strategy and you look for the outcome focus you're after, the time you're trying to ride, or, you know, what you're trying to achieve in the particular event. And you just get on with your job, and, you know, they'll do what they do and we do what we do.
Let's pick out a couple of names. I know it's not necessarily the best management technique to do that, but Joe Rousel has had a wonderful week, and Laura Trott as well, and Becky James. The girls are really firing at the moment.
Yeah, the girls are fired up well, and the depth in women's cycling, you know, in the track program is unbelievable. I think, you know, from a team pursuit point of view, you saw that incredible ride the other night, but there's any 4 and 9 girls that we have available at our disposal that could achieve that.
And I suppose we would just like to say on behalf of everybody here, thank you for providing that entertainment, and I think everybody here would also like to thank the British team, and indeed every single team, for straining their sinews over the last 3 days. Shane Sutton, thank you very much indeed. Don't go anywhere, we have some medal ceremonies before you leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Men's Sprint. The medals and UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson OBE. Winner of the bronze medal representing Jayco AIS Australia, Shane Perkins. Winner of the silver medal representing Trinidad, Nisane Philippe. Men's sprint gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup representing Germany, Robert Forstermann. The flowers will be presented by UK Sport Major Events Consultant Rebecca Edser. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. Please acknowledge all our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Men's Scratch Race. The medals and UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by Chairman of the Board of British Cycling, Bob Howden. Winner of the bronze medal representing Team USN Wales, Jonathan Mould. Winner of the silver medal, representing Italy, Elia Viviani. Men's scratch race gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Austria, Andreas Müller. The flowers will be presented by British Cycling Board member Tony Barry. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Austria. Please acknowledge all our medalists. So still one more ceremony to go as we present the leading team after round one of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. This is a reminder for all team managers, please to return your transponders to the commissaires table in the track centre. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now call on the winning team of the first round of the 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup, the team of Great Britain. The prize is presented by Manchester City Council representative, Councillor Jeff Smith. Please acknowledge our winners and all of our riders.
So it is with that, and as the stage is cleared, the Great Britain team have had a very good 3 days. A special mention also must go to the Germany team, who through Robert Forstermann and Christina Vogel have also shown that they are in great form at the beginning of this World Cup series. Reminder, there are 2 more events in the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, and then of course the UCI Track Cycling World Championships to come at the end of February. So much to look forward to in this sport. We hope you have enjoyed what you may have witnessed on your doorstep if you've not necessarily come from very far. But we are very grateful for your attention, your cheering, your joy, your happiness, everything that you've brought here to the Manchester Velodrome. The National Cycling Centre now waves you a fond adieu, and we hope you have a very, very safe journey home. If you could make sure that if you have any rubbish, you put it in the bins provided. Visit the British Cycling Shop if you have an opportunity to before you leave. I know the people here who spend every single day here and train in this arena to empty seats everywhere have really, really appreciated the fact that you have been able to fill it and make as much noise as you have done indeed. Track cycling has once again been proved to be a very, very fine sport in very, very rude health, and we are very grateful that you have played your part in it over the last 3 days. So onwards to Mexico for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. But from here in Manchester, from me, it's good night.